welcome everybody. Today we are going to be rating all the Gen 9 Pokemon and determining where they rank from S tier to D tier when it comes to the new Series 2 in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. If you guys don't know what Series 2 is, it's a new season where the meta has changed. So a Pokemon from the first season is probably, on everybody's team now. So joining me is Raikou and Enlightenment, and they're going to be helping me rank. So that way, it's not just my opinion, but it's a group effort.
Hello, I'm Raikou, also known as Raikou. Never been here before. Nice to be here.
Hi, my name is Enlightened. I have never been here before either, but thank you very much to Draco and the Scarlet Raptors for having us join in today.
Yes, and I just wanted to thank you guys both for giving me the time, because I know you guys are probably in between stuff, and I'm also in between things, but the fact that we came together to make this video, I appreciate it. So, just to help the audience who's watching, I'm going to be posting the stats and whatnot of the Pokemon. Not really doing like a moveset, but more of like, while we're talking about, like, let's say Masquerada, for example, right? I'll post it up so that way they get an idea of how good the thing is. So that way, if we're like, oh man, this thing sucks, it's not just, why does it suck,
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll start off with, so we're going to skip the previous evolutions of Pokemon, unless there's like a special case where like the Pokemon is absolutely just better in its second form. We're going to be going straight to its fully evolution state. I'm going to start with Masquerada. I think Masquerada is a solid A tier Pokemon. You can throw it on almost any team, and it terrestrializing into grass and then using its move to critical hit, like whatever, it's just such a good thing. It's not just like a team ender by itself, but it's just one of those things that you can just toss in there. Choice Bandit, Choice, no, not Choice, what's it called? Focus Sash. You could Focus Sash this thing, and it's just going to do a lot of damage. And having the ability Protein to change its typing, so not only are you doing stab, but you can use it defensively. So if, like, they're going to use a fire move, you can just use, like, Knock Off, turn into a dark type, resist it, and now you're still in the game.
Yeah, I would agree with A tier. I think if this was Series 1, it would 100% go in S tier, but I think A tier is solid. I think it's a decent Dondozo Tatsugiri counter, but a lot of them have been running Steel or Dragon nowadays, so it doesn't do as good. It's a formidable Trick Room setter. And being that dark type, you can't just taunt it with prankster mons like Murkrow or Grimmsnarl. So yeah, I would agree with solid A tier pick. Good damage and a great support mon.
I think Typhorb is also a viable option as well, because you're able to pivot out with U-turn. You're able to keep the offensive momentum. So against Dondozo Tatsugiri, you can go out into your Intimidators. You can get the Intimidate off and then bring it back in when it's low enough, or when you know it's in range of, say, a Flower Trick or a Knockoff. And with the Life Orb, you're doing a lot more damage.
One thing I also like to add to this thing, it's a really fast Pokemon. So you're probably going to outspeed, like, let's say 90% of the competition, and just being able to get in there and just do some chip damage. You can like revenge kill with this thing. So it's just overall, I think, a solid pick. So like A tier, we'll just put that there. So I guess we'll go with the next one. And Raikou, I'll let you start with the fire starter. Like, what do you think?
Oh boy. Oh, do I have a mixed opinion on this one? So I've run it multiple different ways. I've seen it used in Trick Room. I've seen like weakness policy Trick Room shenanigans. I've seen Life Orb. I've seen Throat Spray. I've seen bulky sets, and I've seen more offensive sets. I think Skeledirge is going to be around the same spot as Meowscarada. It doesn't get the diverse moveset that Meowscarada does, and it really does have the option to either stay on the field for a long time and disrupt, or it can just be a complete counter to anything your opponent wants to throw at it. Like I know the Terra Fairy on it was really strong back in Series 1. You don't see as much play on it now because you have things like the Fluttermane coming around and the Iron Bundle being able to just do massive damage to it. So I would still say it would be A tier. If it is A tier, it's bottom of the barrel of A tier, but it's one of the best fire types in the meta. But now you have Arcanine kind of outshining it, so I'm gonna put the case on B tier for it.
Okay, so Skeledirge in Series 1 was the bane of my existence. So I chose Meowscarada um, to start on my adventure in Series 1. And I thought, Meowscarada is a good counter, right? Well, up until it got unaware, which means that it ignores your stat boosts, but does not ignore your own. So against Dondozo, for example, when Dondozo sets up, Skeledirge can Terror into a Grass type, it can Terror Blast, and it can effectively counter Dondozo. So if you are weak to a certain matchup, in this case Dondozo, then you can not worry about their setup and just focus on your own. So you can exert a lot more defensive pressure than they're able to put out. So I think for me it would be A.
I understand the A. I understand that Unaware is a great ability, especially against the Dondozo Tatsugiri combination. It's really good against Defiant users like Annihilate or King Gambit, which are two Pokemon that could deal significant damage to it, with Annihilate being ghost typing and King Gambit being dark. But I think what holds Skeledirge back is just I it's hard to kind of explain that there's just other Pokemon that do what Skeledirge wants to do better. In my Skeledirge wants to set up that Torch Song if it's going to be doing any kind of damage, and there's just Pokemon that can set up like Sylveon with Throat Spray, Hyper Voice. It just does more damage. It does more. It hits more things for super effective damage in the current meta, and that while you're immune to Fake Out, so is a lot of the other bits of the format. I don't know. I think that it's really good Pokemon. It's a really, really, really strong case for A tier, but I just think it is outshadowed by the current format.
So when I first started the game, Skeledirge was Fuecoco was the starter that I chose, and I got Skeledirge. One of the things that I noticed from it is Torch Song. Being able to increase your special attack over time is just really crazy to me, at least, especially with the Unaware and tearing it into grass or fairy. If you don't take this thing out, it has the potential to just sweep you with the amount of stat boosting it's getting from the Torch Song or the Shadow Balls, the Slack Off. If you try to all in this thing, it probably has Protect. I just feel like Skeledirge, not winning the whole thing by itself, but it does pose enough of a threat that if you don't deal with it, it could potentially sweep you. So for this one, we're gonna call it. So we're gonna call this B. We'll do B plus. So it's not A tier, but it's definitely in the middle. So it's there we go. So Skeledirge right there. So Enlighten, I'll start you off with the water starter. What do you
Ooh. So Quavel is a very interesting typing. It's the first water fighting starter that we've had in the generations. It has a very good attack stat, very high speed stat. It gets access to Moxie, which if you knock out a Pokemon, it increases your attack by one. But also, it gets access to the move Aqua Step. So every time you hit something, it increases your speed by one, which means you can outspeed a lot of stuff in the format if they don't deal with it effectively. And if you turn into Terrafly, for example, Bird becomes Stab, you still get Stab on close combat, Aqua Step, Wave Crash, and with the Life Orb, you are just doing immense amounts of damage, which can put your opponent on the back foot very, very quickly. Although it is quite frail, it can be made to live a lot of hits, but also set up your team for either an endgame sweep or to take the early momentum and not let it go. So I think it's A tier, personally.
Alrighty. So when I did Series 1 and I climbed ranked to get Master Tier, I didn't really see this thing all that much. I probably saw like two teams, but they didn't really use this thing. And the teams that were using it were the dance teams, with the Ocharu, the little dance bird thing.
Or Choreo.
Or Choreo, yeah. So personally, I haven't seen too much of this thing to put it in the A tier. Like, I've seen a lot of other people use it, but going up against like even teams using the thing, I didn't really find too much difficulty. Now that could have just been like the 3 games that I wasn't really impressed. But looking at the teammates that this thing has, like for example the Oricorio, I could definitely see this being like a gimmicky strat. Like you have this thing there with that strategy, but I can't really see myself using it for anything other than that type of strategy. So for me, I'm gonna have to put it in the B tier not because it's bad, but because I haven't seen enough to justify putting it in A.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it, some Pokemon really drop off, like when the series change. So I think the this season now is quite volatile with the teams that are going well at the moment. But I think there will be a niche for it, especially on Rain, because Palafin might drop off. But I think we just have to wait and see.
Alrighty, Raikou, what do you think?
I might have a really hot take about this one.
That's
uh,
all right.
let's see. The dancing bird. I believe its base speed is 85, and I do think it's really good as like an Aqua Step Moxie user, especially in singles. It's a very pivotal threat, especially getting flying type moves to counter any kind of grass type that wants to come in. I think it's solid in that regard. But where I think it falls off, it doesn't work well in Trick Room because 85 base speed is pretty rough in Trick Room. You're pretty fast there. But it doesn't work well on like hyper offense without any sort of tailwind support. And getting off an awkward step isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do. I mean, it's very easy to click a move, but by the time you click that, what stops you from dying? I mean, you have things like Iron Bundle with Freeze Dry, Iron Hands, who are both very popular. Fluttermane with the Fairy Stab Moonblast. Um, why would you why would you use Quaquaval instead of the new water Tauros, the Paldean Tauros, in my opinion. And I think that's the biggest reason this thing falls into C tier for me, because it requires that gimmick. And even then, the gimmick works, what, I would say 1 in 5 times. So I know a lot of Quaquaval fans are going to be really mad at me out there. The dancing bird, yeah, it's cool, it's cute, but it does not. I just don't think it's as good as people want it to be.
Oh, I can't wait to see the comment section.
Oh my! I'm about to lose all my subscribers.
Yeah,
That's fine. So,
they are all good Quable fans.
so it feels like we're all a little like conflicted on where to put the thing. But do you guys think? Because Raikou, you said C tier, I said B tier. Enlightened, what did you say? Which tier?
Oh,
You said
it's. I am really conflicted because on the right team, it does well, but it can be countered quite easily. So it's either B or C for me.
alrighty. So I think if nobody else is opposed to it, why not? We'll just put it in the C tier. I think that, like, if it wasn't, like, for all the negatives, it would be a little bit higher. But I feel like the other two starters are just a lot better
Mm.
in this thing.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, so now let's get to the pigs right here. The evolved form of Lechonk, the meme boy that everybody was talking about when the game was first released. I'll start this off. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really see them being higher than C tier. I'd probably put them in D tier, only because on the ladder I didn't even see them, and you guys might have or whatever, but I just don't think it's really good competitively. Like, I just had to look up this thing's stats really quick, and I mean, it's kind of mediocre. Like, the only thing going for it is really like its HP and attack, but other than that, it's not really doing too much else for the team. Both of its like abilities, I don't really see it like being too impactful, other than like thick fat. But I mean, personally, I don't think that either one of those is very good. Like, I think there's other better Pokemon to pick, even if you weren't going off of strictly just the ones from the region. There are just better normal types like Slack Off. I know Slack Off is just Slaking. I don't know why I said Slack. Slaking, even though it's got a terrible ability, it's just 1,000 times better than the two pigs. So for me, I'd say D tier for them.
So I don't remember exactly which one gets the aroma one, like glistering aroma.
It is the male one.
The male one. So there is one team, and I've only seen it on this one team, that it was actually slacking and oinkloin. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Oinkoloin.
And where the slacking would trailblaze into the oinkloin, get the glistering aroma, so it wouldn't have truant anymore. But even then, 95% of the time it didn't work. But that was the only strategy I've seen with this thing. I 100% agree. It's in D tier. I do think that it has a decent move pool, but a decent move pool does not cover for the fact that you're not doing literally anything to support the team or to help the team by either picking up kills or just being a supportive Pokemon. So I 100% agree. It's D tier. It's nowhere near as good as Quaquaval.
Enlighten. What do you think about the piggies?
Well, just elaborating from Raiku's point, I do actually remember that team. It was by at the +1, and I remember seeing it on ladder, and I thought, yeah, this is going to be a strategy, isn't it? And 95% of the time, it didn't work for them. But in that one game, it could work, because if the opponent isn't expecting it, then yeah, you can chase out a win or two, but it's not consistent enough, especially at a um, high level of competitive play, either in doubles or in singles. Um, so I think it's D tier. I mean, they try, but unfortunately, they don't make the cut here.
Yeah, I agree right there. Like they definitely try, but it unlike the water starter, where this thing actually like does a little bit more. These things just unless their gimmick works in that 5% chance, like you were saying, there's just no way of like them working.
Mhm.
So Raikou, I will leave this to you. The spider-looking thing that
Spidops.
Spidops, yeah.
All right. So, because this is VGC, personally, I think there needs to be an F tier because I think this thing is downright dog. I'm allowed to cuss on the channel. It's not going to. It's doo doo. It's number 2. It's stinky. It is so slow. Stakeout decent ability, but not good enough when your attack stat it's not over 100. Um, I will say this thing I have like a soft spot in my heart for this thing because it recently won me a singles league that I have. Like I have Spidops in because it is the only Gen 9 Pokemon that gets sticky webs. Fun fact. So if you want to run a sticky webs set, you're forced to run Focus Sash and you're forced not to get taunted or doubled into. And Spidops can set up sticky web if you're running it in VGC. But other than that, it gets absolutely nothing. It's I think it's like 36 base speed. So even if you put it in Trick Room, it's not going to be doing any kind of support for you. It's not going to be doing any kind of damage. It's a bug type. While one of my favorite Pokemons is bug type, this Pokemon just doesn't hit the mark. Its shiny isn't very good either. I'm just going to throw that out there. I love you, Spidops, but no. Just no.
Well, as a proud Australian, when I saw this spider, I thought you called that a spider. I'll show you a spider. I was just expecting more from this thing. I was hoping more of the Garvantula kind of treatment, of Gen 5, but unfortunately not. I mean, it's very underwhelming. Um, and seeing it on like gimmick teams, on singles teams, because of its niche. Um, if you want to, surprise your opponent with a sticky web spot ups, and go ahead. But unfortunately, if you want to become the very best that no one ever was, like, I suggest you get some bug spray because this thing is terrible.
Alrighty. So for me, I never really used this thing. I wasn't really a fan of like the bug typing. I never really liked them, mostly because like you know the bug typing isn't like the greatest type in the game. But when I saw this thing, I was like, oh, it could probably be used on the Trick Room. And then I looked at its stats, and I'm like, ooh, even on a Trick Room, it kind of lets it down. Um, like you said, Raikou, you could probably set up sticky webs, but I mean, this thing is probably letting you down like 99% of the time. It's just like I would rather take Shuckle over this thing. Um, there's nothing else for me to really say. I personally, I'm not a fan of this. I don't really see anybody using this on the ladder, and for good reason, because if they did use it, I probably would have just slapped him when I was trying to climb. So with that said, we'll just put him right there. All right, so I'll leave this one to you, Enlightened. The next one, the Grasshopper Pokemon. How do you say this thing?
Low kicks.
Low kicks.
Okay, I've never actually used this one. To be honest with you, I have seen it on a team that Moxie Boosted did on his channel, but apart from that, I really haven't seen anyone use it really. I mean, it's bug dark, um, which is an okay typing, but um, if you have a good fire type, a good fighting type, then well, that's a dead bug. Um, I feel that there are a lot more preferable options if you need an archetype like King Gambit, for example, which we will get to later. Um, for all of you fish aficionados out there. Um, but I think Pokix, I think its name says it all. I think it should be Pokix down to F, or even F minus if we have that tier.
F minus, huh?
Yeah,
We can actually get back to that in a second. But are you all set, Enlightened?
yeah, yeah. Almost there. Almost there.
So I was looking at this thing's moves, and I was like, all right, so the one move that could probably save this thing, Sleep Powder. I'm looking around. I don't see Sleep Powder on this thing because it has Tainted Lens. And if you guys, and I know you two probably know what that is, but to anybody watching, Tainted Lens ups your accuracy for moves. So this thing being fast, you could probably sleep a bunch of things. It's literally Spore at that point if you use Sleep Powder, and you could probably just sleep a bunch of things and then use your other Pokemon to like take them out. Whatever, that's fine. Because if you did use like let's say a Jolly Nature for this thing, it has like 170 plus speed. That's really good. So you could probably use First Impression or whatever with this thing to like take out Masquerada or whatever. But on further inspection, it just has so many weaknesses, like Fire, Flying, Bug, because Bug doesn't resist Bug, so the Dark type doesn't help it right now. Rock, Fairy, because it's Dark. It's got 1 immunity to Psychic. It's got 4 resistances, but I think
Real
quick,
quick,
you could probably Terra this thing, but I feel like it's really frail because looking at its defense and HP, it doesn't have a lot of. You probably have to use Focus Sash on this thing just to keep it alive.
real quickly, I do want to say, and I'm not trying to like disagree with you here. Tinted Lens actually boosts the damage for non-effective moves. Compound Eyes is the one that gives you the accuracy boost.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I want to throw that out there.
No, my bad. Yeah, mixed up the moves, but yeah. Actually, hold on, let me powers up. Not okay. So I mean, you know what? Now that I've gotten this information, I mean, boosting its not effective moves. So basically, you're doing neutral damage at that point. That's pretty decent. I don't think this thing is like terrible, but it's not. It's really fragile. I think. Like its special defense is terrible. Most of the things that it's weak to, like Fire, Fairy, are really common. So like Sylveon, not Arcanine, but what other fire was I looking at? Especially in this season.
Skeledirge.
Yeah, Skeledirge is one of them. They've got some of them down here.
Armarouge.
Yeah, I think this thing's defensive stats aren't good enough. Its attack is great. Like it's got 180. Oh, it's got 102 just base. And if you boost that thing up, it's going to be 188. But I don't think that's enough to save it. I want to put it in the D tier because I don't feel like this thing is fodder. But it's not super great. Like, it's not my first pick when I'm picking a team. The dark typing helps it against Prankster, but other than that, it's not doing too much for it. What do you think, Raikou?
I would 100% agree on the D tier. Mainly because of this thing's signature move, Axe Kick, which is a 30% chance to confusion. But in the same that high jump kick, you lose 50% if you miss. of your HP. It's the same way, 90% accurate, 120 base attack. But this thing's not a fighting type, so you don't even get the you don't get the stab boost. I think the main thing that holds low kicks back is one, it's very reliant on a focus sash, in my opinion. Two, it's also reliant on any kind of Terra to keep it alive. Three, its best move isn't even stab. And the moves that the moves that it does get, like it doesn't have a lot of diversity. It doesn't have any kind of like special thing that it does that another Pokemon doesn't do better. Like, yeah, it gets Trailblaze, so does Tauros. It gets Throat Chop, so does Roaring Moon. Every Mon gets Terra Blast, Sucker Punch, you have King Gambit. Like, I just don't see where this thing can really on any team. And I've seen Moxie use it as well. And I mean, he used it to decent success, but at the same time, there's always better options. I don't think it's as bad as Spidops. Love you, Spidops, mean it. But I also saw you put Lechonk at S tier, which I appreciate that. But yeah, I would agree with D tier. I don't think it's as good as the Piggies, but I don't think it's as bad as Spidops.
Yeah. One thing to add. So instead of the dark typing, if it had the steel typing or something, I could see it being a little bit better, just a little bit. But typings don't make the Pokemon also as the stats. But I think because this thing looks like a mechanical grasshopper, if it was like a steel type, it would be helping it out just a little bit more, just a tiny bit. So with that, this thing can go in the D tier right there. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Alrighty, so Pawmot. Alrighty, so this thing right here, actually, it caught my eye when I first started, like when I was building my team. This thing, it surprised me with one of the moves, Revival Blessing. And yeah, you only get one use out of it, but that is such a game changer because, for one, this thing's really fast, like crazy fast. So focus sash this thing. You use Revival Blessing. You say your Masquerada gets knocked out. You just Revival Blessing. You bring it back, and then this thing dies. Paimon dies. You bring out Masquerada. Now that's an even heavier hitter, like we've just discussed before, but I mean, just having the ability to come in, use some first aid on your you already fainted, like a key mon, like let's say one of your mons got knocked out before you could do anything, and then you're still back in the game. If they don't double hit this thing, then do whatever. It has Volt Absorb, so you can, for example, Pelipper, you just swap it in. If you know they're going to use like a Thunder move, this thing absorbs it. I think there's just a lot of benefits for it. It's got a very good attack set. It's like Pikachu, its defenses aren't that good, but given the chance, it could do a lot of damage. I think it is a B tier. It's not super crazy, but it has a lot of support options for your team that you could go into.
Just to clarify, did you say B as in like Bravo?
V. Wait, what do you mean?
What tier did you say it was in? B, like Bravo?
B. Yeah, B tier, yeah.
Okay.
I think just because it offers a lot of support, it's a B tier. Not that it goes out there and it just sweeps, but more like it comes in, it does what it needs to do, and then if it dies, but it did what it had to do, type of situation. Like you don't need Iron Fist or Natural Cure. Just Volt Absorb, I feel like is just enough. What do you think, Raikou, though?
Personally, I put this thing on S tier, and I know I'm having all the hot takes. I'm waiting for one of y'all to do it so I can be like, what? But I think this thing is 100% S tier. It's one of the best fake out users. I think that and Iron Hands are the two best fake out users in the meta right now. I think Revival Blessing is just an insane move to completely bring you back in the game. Like, imagine you have Dondozo Tatsugiri on your team, your Dondozo goes down, you Revival Blessing, bam, you have Dondozo Tatsugiri again. Yeah, you're back at 50 HP instead of full, but you still have it again. It's still Dondozo Tatsugiri. Like, come on. It gets access to a wide range of move. I mean, Stab Close Combat's always nice. Brick Break to get rid of any screens, gets access to the elemental punches, Nuzzle, Play Rough, Seed Bomb. Not to mention the fact that this thing's signature attack double shock. Now, like if you're an electric type Pokemon, which Pokemon is, you end up becoming typeless, so you end up just being the mono fighting type, I believe. Um, but a fun tech with that is if you Terra electric type, you get the double stab boost and you don't lose the electric typing at all. So you're still rocking with the double stab boost. And I think that damage, really only being immune to like only ground type Pokemon, not taking any damage from it, but still having access to things like Ice Punch or Seed Bomb if you really want to. You can Terra Water if you want to. It gets access to Sunny Day if you want to do something crazy like that. Same with Rain Dance. I think this Pokemon just gets so many options, whether you want to go offensive or support, or even a mix set, that it is instantly a threat that teams have to target down, and that's what makes it S tier.
I want to take back what I said about B tier because you completely changed my point of view when it came to like other moves that it could do. So it's not just coming in there, revival blessing, and then that's it. That it has nothing else. But the fake out, I didn't even know it learned fake out, but that's even better. And revival blessing, obviously being like a great move. And it just, I didn't even know about that strategy of the double shock. Like, if you Terra, like that, it just sounds really cool. And then I mean, you only take on one typing, so you're only weak to ground, but whatever. So yeah, I mean, I'll change it to definitely S tier, knowing more what this thing is capable of. Enlighten, what do you think?
Well, Palmer actually did win a regional earlier on in the season in San Diego, so that was amazing. I also used it in my Series 1 team to varying success. Also with Bottle Absorb, or if you have a Bottle Absorb Mon next to Palmer, then you can discharge next to the Bottle Absorb Mon. If it has taken any damage, then it can heal itself, but you can also paralyze your opponent's side. And if you get the double paralysis, then you're faster than everything on the field. So you're able to keep the offensive momentum while also keeping the luck in your hands rather than the game's. Because I've heard so often, if I wasn't crit, if I wasn't this, if I wasn't that, I would have won. But if you keep the luck in your hands and not the game's, much like with Palmer and with Discharge, Pole Absorb is a wonderful ability, and the fact that it is the fastest takeout user in this format is also another reason why it's S tier.
Alrighty, so we're all agreed S tier with this thing, right?
Yeah.
100.
Alrighty, he's gonna go underneath Lechonk because Lechonk is literally just Arceus. The Lechonk is God. Alrighty, so the Pokemon that everybody is fearing, Mousehold. Raikou, I'll let you take it away with this.
Oh, I get to start with Disney World, huh? One place I've never been. The place of dreams, or in Pokemon, the place of nightmares. Mousehold. Definitely, as much as I hate to say it, it's got to be S tier because it's arguably one of the best Follow Me users, if not the best Follow Me user of this generation. And then you have Population Bomb. Let's just talk about this. I have yet to hit a Population Bomb more than 5 times. But it seems every other team I play against gets to hit it 10 times and just completely nuke something. Now, I do understand that there is a lot of counterplay. Specifically, you slap a Rocky helmet onto one of your team members, like an Amoonguss. But the fact that you have to specifically do that instead of getting Black Sludge, Leftovers, or any other Ockerberry means that this thing is enough of a significant threat to specifically count it on your team. Same with Donzozo Tatsugiri. This thing has become such a formidable Pokemon in the format. You have to plan for it specifically, and it gets a lot of access to supportive moves like Super Fang. It gets access to Crunch to hit those dark types, Follow Me, Helping Hand, and I believe it gets Friend Guard, if I'm not mistaken. Which yeah, so I as much as I hate to say it, I think it's below Palmont and Lechonk, but I do think this thing is S tier, and yeah, I think it's pretty cool that you can get three or you can get two or one of the little mouse babies too. I think that's really neat.
I think Mousehold should be S tier because even now it's still a very, very dangerous threat in the
Yeah,
meta.
and not to cut you off, you said it and it made me think of it. I completely forgot. This thing also gets beat up, which if you know anything about Annihilate, beat up hits it 4 times, and then you click Rage Fist with the bulk up Rage Fist set, and you're just nuking things. I just wanted to throw that out there because I've seen that. You take less damage from the beat up because I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen this thing on like 99% of Annihilate teams. Like, if I was fighting Annihilate, I probably, I saw this thing pairing up with the Annihilate, using beat up to get the Rage Fist going with the Annihilate. And to make it worse, when I was actually testing out the new Pokemon and whatnot for my stream, I got hit with Mousehold and he used Population Bomb on me. So many people using King's Rock, to basically up the flinch. So you're getting hit like 20 plus times. I know it's like an absurd number, but you're getting hit like 10 plus times. You're going to flinch probably. Such a good supporting mon for what it's trying to do for its team. Like, you can't just slap Mousehold on like, well, you could, but it's better with the Annihilate combo. So I definitely agree. Putting it on S tier, and I'm not gonna lie, I had to look up this thing right here. This dog,
What?
because I forgot its typing. I was like, what is this? What is it typing? Is it normal? And then no, it's a fairy, and that completely surprised me. I was like, oh, this thing's a fairy type. What? That's so cool. Enlightened. I'll let you talk about this thing, but there's some things I want to say after.
Okay, so Josh Bund. So Josh Bund, I haven't seen a lot of, except for one particular strategy with Choice Scarf Armor Rouge. So its ability will bait body, for those that don't know, every time it is hit with a fire type move, its defense is raised by 1. Which means that with the strategy, you can continue to go for lava planes with the Armor Rouge, increase the defenses with the Dash Bund, and then use Body Press to deal a lot of damage with your increased defenses and just never ever die, which is very, very annoying. If you do not get rid of its partners early and let it set up, then it's going to be a very, very bad dog and a very bad day for you.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't really been seeing this thing while I was on the ladder, but based off of what you just said, I could see it being very annoying. I was looking at its moveset. I was even looking at Pikalytics. I wasn't really getting anything from it. But this thing is very fast. It's got a lot of defense. If you use Lava Plume, like you said, you can definitely boost this thing's defense. So now you're just outlasting your opponent. And if you have a way to heal, it's just a bad time for them. Agility to increase its speed. It's got play rough. I mean, you could probably Terra this thing into, let's say, Steel type. But I definitely like its ability. It is like, if you time it correctly, like if you know somebody's gonna throw a fire move at your Masquerada, you swap this thing in, just tanks it. It doesn't even tank it, just absorbs it.
So, Dash Bun, Princess Leia, the Pokemon. I love this thing. I really do. I tried to draft it in my doubles league. It got sniped for me, but I got it in my singles league. I think this thing is absolutely amazing. I think any ability that gives you an immunity is fantastic, especially one that gives you an immunity to a type that is as common as the fire typing. I think that is absolutely fantastic. It gets access to Wish to support your own Pokemon, like if you want to do a swap in, or if you want to like heal yourself. I think it's really nice there as well. The one thing about Dash Bun, like it is very reliant on its ability, and it's a very good switch in for like your Arcanines, or your Iron Moths. But at the same time, without that ability, you're not doing too much with it. While you do get the boost into body press, so like steel types don't even want to be on the field with you. I think that's really nice. But other than that, this thing doesn't do too much. I do think it has capabilities, and I've been loving it in Series 2. Loved it in Series 1. I loved the Armarouge strategy with it. I've loved Torkoal strategies with it. But again, I just think it is too much of a gimmick, and it is too... There's just better options, and it's too reliant on its ability to be good. And I think this thing goes, at best, B+ tier with Skeledirge.
Alrighty, so now this green bird looking thing. The olive Pokemon. Hold on one second. It's got a seed shower. What does that mean? It turns the ground into grassy terrain when. Oh, okay. So if this thing's hit by a physical attack, it makes grassy terrain. Interesting. So you got that passive heal, but it also works for your opponent. I'm looking at Pikalytics right now for kind of like a strat of like what people are trying to do. I see Armarouge just like one of its teammates. So I'm thinking that with the Indeedee, using Trick Room, maybe with Torkoal, something. Yeah, I see Torkoal right here. So I think this thing in a Trick Room set, definitely good. I played against, when I was climbing Series 1, definitely played against a lot of teams that used this thing. I think it was like 75% of the time I was winning, but most of the time it was because of the Torkoal that beat me. What else does it have? It's got Weather Ball, because, you're with the Torkoal. It's got a lot of grass-type coverage, like, Petal Dance and whatnot. I think, for what it's going for, like the gimmick and whatnot, this thing, tier-wise, I'm going to put in B+.
I think this thing is freaking nuts. I love this thing. 125 base special attack is really good. Like that is fantastic. And 39 base speed is also fantastic for Trick Room teams, especially with the Pokemon as bulky as this. 78 HP, 90 defense, we're getting there. 109 special defense, hey-oh, we found a winner. And it gets the ability Seed Shower, so you're able to get Grassy Terrain up while you are healing your opponents. You're also healing yourself. And with Seed Shower, I think a good combination of it is Armarouge or Arcanine. Any kind of fire type is really good because if you don't know, Earthquake, its damage is reduced in grassy terrain. So while you're not directly supporting your fire type, you are in your ability after taking that hit. So, and I also think Harvest is just an amazing ability in the sun. So you're able to stay on the field a little bit longer depending on your berry. This thing gets access to moves like Dazzling Gleam, Earth Power, Encore, Helping Hand, Hyper Voice is always amazing in my eyes. Pollen Puff, Strength Sap's really annoying to play against. Charm, this thing has its place. It also gets access to screens. If you want to run like Light Clay, Reflect, Light Screen, and then being a grass normal type, not the best typing in the world, not the worst. You definitely want to either Terra Water or to get that Terra Blast off. Terra Fairy, you get stabbed Dazzling Gleam at that point. Even Terra Ground isn't too bad. But I do think I agree with the B+ tiering. I don't think it's any better than like Dash Bun or Skeledirge, anything that they could do. But I do think it's, not to crap on Cookwavel again, but I do think it's better than Cookwavel. I would pick this thing over that every day of the week.
Enlightened, what do you think?
Well, I haven't seen it all that much really since Series 1, but I think under Trick Room, I think it has a very solid niche. However, in team preview, if you do see it often and see what it can do, like Terra Fairy, or if it's, Armory Torkoal, then you can definitely play around it. I think that there are definitely better grass types in this generation, but I think Upper Liver can definitely be a mon that can be used on a variety of teams. However, it won't be showing up on any of mine. So I think it's going to be C.
So Enlightened said C. I mean, you both said B plus. So we'll just put this thing in B tier right there. All right. So we've got this nice bird right here. He's got a little like hair on his head. Who's next? Is it Enlightened? Alrighty. So yeah, Enlightened. What do you think about the bird Squawkabilly?
Well, I've never actually used it, to be honest with you, but I did realize that it got Intimidate, and I have seen Pokeaim use it on his channel to get great success. It gets Hyper Voice, which is also amazing. However, I just feel that this could be a gimmick set, especially in doubles. I'm not sure how viable it would be in singles, but I just haven't seen enough of this Pokemon to make a informed decision on which tier I should put it in.
Alrighty. Well, so I've seen this thing around. Didn't really look too much into it until today. And yeah, I didn't know it had Intimidate. So that's actually really funny that it has Intimidate because it doesn't have any other abilities. Focus Sash, you're definitely running Focus Sash on this thing. If you're not running Focus Sash, I have no idea what you're doing. But looking at its moveset, it feels like one of those Pokemon that just comes in, either Parting Shots, Brave Birds, Taunts, sets up Tailwind, whatever, It feels like one of those. It feels really gimmicky, because if it doesn't work, there's nothing else this thing is doing. Like, if this thing is in the back of your party for some reason, it's not doing anything else. So, for me, I want to put this thing in either D or C tier.
I think this bird sucks. To put it lightly. It does get access to Intimidate, which is nice. It also gets access to Guts, which is also a really good ability. But again, I'm big time on speed tiers. I'm huge on it. It is something I try to focus on a lot when it comes to team building, especially in VGC. And being base 92 speed, you're not outspeeding your other like bird counterparts. And you're not doing as much damage as them either. I'm a big fan of flying types that are special attackers as well. Then you're not forced into either acrobatics or brave bird, which I don't even know if he gets access to acrobatics. He doesn't get access to acrobatics. He only has brave bird unless you want to run aerial ace or peck, because a base 45 special attack stat. Let me just take a look real quick. Spite Ops has a base 52 attack stat, special attack stat. So I think it's very cool. It can change colors. That's nice. It has really good abilities, but I mean, I'm sure everyone can name a Pokemon that does Intimidate better. Hustle, I mean, if you're running Hustle, good luck. And Guts, I'm sure everyone can name a Pokemon that gets Guts that is also better than Squawkabilly in this generation. I think this Pokemon goes in F tier strictly because its lack of diversity in its moveset and its lack of just presence altogether. If you left this Pokemon alone and attacked every single one of your opponent's other Pokemon, you're going to win the game.
Ooh, and I'm glad you brought up Garnackle. Raikou, talk about Garnackle.
Oh, the pain. How many times have I lost a match to a solo Garganackle that I just cannot touch? I can't count on both my hands and both my feet combined. Garganackle is a really good Pokemon. I absolutely love this thing. I love its design too. Um, I think being a pure rock type actually adds some benefits. I'm not a huge fan of the rock typing, but it actually works really well on this Pokemon, as well as getting access to like terrestrialization. It helps this Pokemon a lot. And I know a lot of them are running Ghost now. They used to be running Poison, but now they're running Ghost. And the move Salt Cure, oh my gosh, whoever came up with this move, I don't know if it's Game Freak or what the company is nowadays, but you deserve a raise because this is one of the best moves in all of Pokemon. It's only 40 base power, but it gets rid of like any kind of like steel type wanting to switch in. Like one of the most popular Pokemon in the format and one of the best Pokemon in the format is Goldengo. And this thing can counter a Goldengo with its signature move and just timing it out. It does make battles a bit more boring. It does make like stall be a little bit more of a thing. But I think overall this thing is so helpful with the ability like access to wide guard and other supportive moves. I think its ability in purifying salt is really nice. Like ghost damage is halved, and you can't be statused. It also gets access to sturdy, which you don't really need because your defenses are, I believe, 130 and 90. And then your last ability in clear body, you can't be hazed. You if you set up an iron defense, you're sticking with an iron defense. You set up a curse, you're sticking with that curse. Plus, this thing gets access to recovery, and it actually gets a pretty diverse moveset for what it is. So I'm putting this thing at S tier, and I honestly I'd put it above Lechonk. That's how good of a Pokemon I think it is.
Okay, so Garganackle, I thought it was just a meme at first, but then I realized that 90% of the teams that I'd be facing would have this thing in some sort of capacity, and then it would just click Salt Cure, and it would just wait for you to die. And then your switch would be on across the room, on the floor, and you'll never pick up Pokemon again.
So, when I was trying to climb the ladder, I saw this thing everywhere. I could not escape this thing. It was like a stalker following me from like the previous game. It was going everywhere. I could not, for the life of me, take this thing down with the current team I had. And I feel, even if I had like, let's say, a fighting type, it would have still been like an uphill battle because this thing, it's a mountain. Like if I had to describe it as like some type of object, like this thing, you can't take it down. Even if you're super effective against it, it's just like, I'm a wall. You're not going to break me. And if you try, I'm going to assault you. After I took down the rest of their team, it was just this thing was standing against me. And I'm like, okay, I have to find out how to defeat it. And then it uses recover. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, kind of dropping it down just a little bit, Armor Rouge. In my opinion, like, there's not a Trick Room team out there that's probably not running Armor Rouge. Not the purple one, just the red golden looking one, and we can talk about the purple one after. But since they're both kind of like not kind of the same, but we'll put them together like in one topic. So for Armor Rouge, I see this thing everywhere in like Trick Room teams using Expanding Force, Armor Cannon, and even setting up the Trick Room and Wide Guard. This thing is just the definition of this is my role. I'm sticking to it. A lot of the teams that I went up against using weak armor to kind of like boost its speed. It's kind of weird, but Flash Fire is definitely like the move you want to not move the ability you want. I guess if they weren't trying to go for like, you know, let's say like Trick Room's not up. I guess being fast, that's why you have weak armor. But other than that, Flash Fire, because now you're immune, so now you can turn your Terra into like grass. Give yourself like the Life Orb weakness policy. Like this thing is just absolute unit. So when it comes to the other one, this guy is just like the opposite kinda. Whereas the other one was like physical attack, this one was specially, but I haven't seen it as much as I did the other one. Um, so whereas Armarouge, like, was more of the Trick Room setter, this one was more like, I'm going to use Shadow Sneak, Bitter Blade to, like, increase my attack and whatnot. Well, not increase my attack, but to, like, life steal a little bit. So there's different strats, but if I had to rank them separately, I'd probably put Armarouge, like, A tier, and maybe the purple one maybe in, like, B tier. Just because Armarouge, I feel like more people are using.
So these are arguably the best designed Pokemon in the game for me. And I love using both of them. I mean, Indeedee Armor is just a combination that's been out since Series 1 and it's still super strong and super potent in Series 2. I actually have Indeedee Armor as on my draft league team, and it's done numbers for me. I mean, follow me support with Indeedee, but Armor is being able to have access to Trick Room, Wide Guard, Armor Cannon, like 120 base stab fire type attack is nothing to sneasel at, and expanding force. Expanding force is what makes this thing so deadly. Um, I have seen counterplay to it. Of course, that's where Ceruledge comes in, or any other Flash Fire Pokemon. If you are a Flash Fire Pokemon and you tear into Dark, most Armarouges cannot touch you. I know this thing also, I believe, gets Solar Beam, and the other one gets Solar Blade. Like Ceruledge gets Solar Blade because it's physical. And Bitter Blade, don't get me wrong, is a nice move, 90 base power, and you get recovery from it. But Armarouge is definitely like better in doubles, especially with that Indeedee combination and access to Trick Room, because I think any Pokemon with access to Trick Room automatically gets bumped up at least to C tier. Um, so I would agree Armarouge in A tier. I don't think it's as good as maybe your Mouseholds, your Palmont, your Lechonks, your Garganacles. But I do think it's a very, very strong Pokemon that you definitely need to get rid of fast. And then Ceruledge, it's good, don't get me wrong, but it just doesn't hit the money where it needs to be hit. So I would put it in B tier as well. I 100% agree with you. The ghost typing is very nice because you are immune to normal and fighting type attacks, but it I don't know. I 100% agree with you. I think Armarouge is definitely the better of the two.
The one benefit to having the ghost typing, I will say, is that you don't have to worry about fake out. Fake out being one of the best moves to, like, flinch in the game. So I mean, not having to worry about that is kind of like one less issue, but now you have to still worry about, the rest of the threat of the team. Like, sure, you got, like, immunity, but you know you still got other problems you have to deal with, and I don't feel like the blade form. Not that it can't deal with that, but it's not. It's not like Armarouge, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
and a lot of Armarouges you pair it with that Indeedee, you're immune to fake out because psychic terrain. Anyways, I know like judging these Pokemon based on who they're paired with isn't really fair, but at the same time, like it's a strategy, it's a niche, and it works wonders. So I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like we can kind of compare them because it's like, where would we see them? You know what I mean? Like, if we see Armarouge on, like, with Indeedee, like, they're best friends. They're holding hands when they go into that battle. You can't separate them. So, I mean, if that's why it's such a problem, well, not that it's a problem, but if that's how we're seeing it, that's how we have to call it, I feel.
Well, I think Armarouge and Indeedee are best friends for life. I feel as though that if Armarouge and Indeedee aren't together, then you aren't really getting the most out of the Mon. So I've seen like armor weakness policy, iron bundle U-turn, um, off the Terrace Psychic Armor Rouge to activate weak armor weakness policy, then swap into Indeedee and just expand in force and just iterate teams.
Alrighty, so yeah, Armarouge, we'll definitely put it right there, and you can just go right here. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I have just not seen this green frog thing right here. Belly Bolt. It looks cool, but I just haven't been seeing him. Like, he's probably on the ranked ladder somewhere. Like, there's some mad lad out there just using him, but I personally haven't. I'm not really. I don't have much to say about it. I mean, I'm looking at Peakalytics and I'm just looking at the moves and whatnot, but I can't really speak on too much experience that I've had with the thing. Stat wise, I mean, it's got great HP, got 109 base, special attack 103, and just defense 91. 91's alright, but I mean, I feel like this thing is more of like a tank-ish, Pokemon, rather than it's kind of going off and doing whatever. I might be wrong, but Riker, you might have more to say about Bellybolt than I do, but I just haven't been seeing him on the ladder, so I can't really say if he's like S tier or if he's just completely terrible.
Hi, I'm that mad lad who uses it on the ladder. I absolutely love this thing, not because of its usage, but because of its design. The little avocado frog. I love this thing. I do understand that it's not the best, but with its ability electromorphosis, like it gains the charge effect when it takes a hit from an attack, which if you don't know, that just basically boosts your next electric type attack. And the really one niche that this thing has done is you pair it up with Bronzong. Bronzong is its number one like ally in the fact that Bronzong sets up Trick Room because this thing's speed is 45. And then Bronzong goes for Bulldoze. You lower your speed again. You get off your weakness policy. You get an electromorphosis boost. Excuse me. And you can click things like Parabolic Charge to keep your health up. You can click just regular Thunderbolt if you want to. But ground types, that's the thing that makes Bellybolt interesting because it is a frog. Frogs live in the water. This thing gets access to chilling water and muddy water just regularly. So a ground type wants to come in. Okay, Thunderbolt doesn't hit you. You can get hit by muddy water. And I think that's what makes Bellybolt really unique in the fact that it basically has no weaknesses. It has access to Slack Off, so it can keep healing itself if you don't want to run Parabolic Charge. It's access to screens. Hyper Voice is always nice if you want to run Throat Spray. Weather Ball for weather teams because I think it can work in the rain or in the sun. And so I really like this Pokemon. I understand that it's not very good, unfortunately, because while it does get access to those water type moves, it doesn't get much else other than like Acid Spray and Soak.
Well, I'm the person that loves destroying these things on ladder. So I mean, the Big Room strategy, yes, it is a good one, but if your damage is mitigated to the point where you aren't really doing enough damage, then it gives your opponent the opportunity to set up. So, like Swords Dance, Calm Mind, and if you're not able to do enough damage, then you're just sitting there, just waiting for the inevitable. And unfortunately, a lot of people have dissected the meta, and this thing isn't in it. So for me, it would be F, I think.
So, with all that, where do you guys think it should go? Just like after hearing all that, like, what do you guys think? B tier, A tier, F tier?
I think B plus.
I think now after hearing Enlighten's opinion, I think this thing needs to go in S tier just to make
I agree.
No, I do think C tier is a good spot for it, but we could go B for Bellybolt.
Is there a place above S that I can put this thing?
Yeah, can we just have a Bellybolt tier? Because like it looks like avocado, and while I personally don't like avocados, it's so cute.
I feel like we should put it in C tier. Just so that the water starter isn't alone. He's got a little buddy there, but he's a lot better than him.
That's fighting words.
Bellybolt's better than Squawkabilly. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's a lot. But
all of these words
I'll
are
put him
confusing.
in B. I'll put him in B. Just because I haven't seen him, but I feel like after what you said, Raikou, he does have a lot of things that he could do. He could become a problem if, the situation, calls for it. But
He is
I
the
haven't
next
experienced it.
Avenger.
He is. He is.
So Kilowattrel, I've seen this thing a lot on the ladder. This thing, in my opinion, is probably like the go-to when it comes to like Tailwind for most teams. That and if it's not what's the Firebird
Talonflame.
Talonflame, yeah. If it's not Talonflame, you're definitely going Kilowattrel. Tailwind, Air Slash, Thunderbolt. I've run into a lot of Thunderbolts from this thing trying to take out my Pelipper. I feel that it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, setting up the Tailwind so that way your team can outspeed it. And stuff like Masquerada, Arcanine, a nice combo. I've seen that. Rotom Wash. I think I've seen a few teams with Garchomp. It's just going in there and it's just being like the best supporting mon for those teams that are running that strategy. I mean, there's not too much else going for it. You give it the Focus Sash, a Volt Absorb for counter picks. But other than that, I mean, it's got 125 base speed, so I mean, you're definitely setting off that Tailwind probably. And if you're not, then you're definitely going second. Other than that, I feel like this thing is a good A tier. Like, I see a lot of teams running it, and for good reason. Like, it's definitely a like if you're trying to be fast, Tailwind.
Yeah, and it gets access to like Volt Absorb and competitive, which I believe Enlighten was saying that earlier. In counter argument to Dash Bun. Competitive is a great ability, and Stab Thunderbolt is nothing to like shy away from. It's really, really strong. I love Kilowattrel. I do see it in the A tier, but I don't think it's as good or as pivotal as Meowscarada or Armorers, which are our other Pokemon in the A tier. So I would put it in B plus because I don't think it's as low as Arboliva or Ceruledge, but I do think it's super strong enough to be in the B plus tier. It doesn't get access to a wide range of moves. Mainly, it's stab moves and then setting up Tailwind. But again, as you said, there are better Tailwind setters if you're not running like Talonflame or even Murkrow. This is usually going to be your go-to. You could also run the Dunsparce for Tailwind. I'm just going to throw that out there because I love the Dunsparce. Ha ha ha. But I think this thing goes in B plus. Personally, I'm a fan of Electric. My favorite type of the game, but I don't think it's as good as your Talonflames or your Murkrows.
Well, as a Zapdos aficionado, I love this thing so much. Because not only can you run it bulky with a Citrus Berry, but also you can use competitive. So if it's facing against Icy Wind or Intimidate, you automatically get a +1. So even if something resists an attack, you are doing a lot to it. If you set up Tailwind, then you're automatically going first. If you're partnering next to a Garchomp, then you can set up Swords Dance, and you can just wait teams. And with the extra bulk from this Citrus Berry, you can increase your longevity, whereas also you're exerting immediate defensive pressure, which if your opponent doesn't have an adequate way to deal with it, then it's going to be a very good time for you and not a very good time for your opponent. So I think personally, it's S for me.
Alrighty. So we got one for S tier, one for B plus, and one for A. You know what? We'll just do the middle. We'll just put him in the A tier, but we'll put him at like right there. So,
Okay.
he's just like in the middle. So we all like said different things, but they were all around the same tiers. So we'll just put them in the middle.
Okay. Okay.
This thing can go right there. What does everybody think about this lovable pooch right here? He was with us since the beginning. We found out that, we were getting those herbs to make sandwiches for this thing. Other than that, I mean, I only got one showing really for like, series 1 when it comes to like this dog. But Enlighten, what do you think about this thing?
Well, my boast if it gets access to Intimidate, which is a wonderful ability. However, I was wanting more from this. I mean, I love dogs. I love Intimidate. I really wanted to see this thing work. Unfortunately, it didn't. So, while there is a place in my heart, there is no place on my team. So it's going into F2, I think.
So I looked it up on Pikalytics because I was like so curious with this thing. Cause I think I only battled it once, but I beat the team that was using it, so I didn't get a chance to like fully see what it's trying to go for. But based off of this Pikalytics right here, it feels like a lockdown kind of Pokemon using Stakeout as its ability. So anything that gets swapped in to fight this thing, it just does double damage. So like Jaw Lock, Reversal, Destiny Bond, whatever. Ender. In the item Mirror Herb, it seems like that was like the strat people were trying to go for this, but and keep in mind this is based off the San Diego regionals. That's where I got this from. Not a lot of uses for this Pokemon, I don't think. I mean, it feels like not even so much a gimmick. It's just like this is the one thing it's good at. There's no like if, ands, or buts. Like that's just all it does. Yeah, I personally, I don't think it's that good. Intimidate's alright, but I mean, there's so many better Intimidators, like Arcanine, for example, and I've seen Arcanine way more than I've seen of this thing. So, personally, I want to put him in the F tier. But definitely higher than Spidops, but I just haven't seen enough to justify putting him higher. Alrighty, Raikou, it's up to you.
It is up to me. I think y'all are missing the best ability from this thing. Its signature ability in Guard Dog. And the fact that it's immune to Intimidate, but if it gets intimidated, it gets +1 attack, and it cannot be forced to switch out, which you don't see a lot in competitive play. But you never know, I think Jawlock is an attack. I mean, forcing, like, of course you're stuck in the field, but so is your opponent, and that can be a game changer. Your opponent wants to switch out their Goldengo, bam, you Jawlocked it. Haha, sorry, you're stuck here. I do think its stats are mediocre at best. I mean, 120 base attack is really good. 85 speed, same as Armor, so you can run it in Trick Room, or if you want to run it offensively, you can. Of course, you don't have the super strong attack and expanding force or armor cannon, but I do think with a bit of like stat boosts, this thing could be good. I love the Intimidate ability. I love Guard Dog, and I think Stakeout's a really solid ability as well. I think this thing gets a wide variety of moves from Jaw Lock, Crunch, gets access to all the Fang moves, and besides Thunder Fang, it gets Fire, Ice, and then Psychic. It does get Thunder Fang. I'm sorry. It gets all that. It gets Snarl, which, as we've talked about, is a really good move. It gets Stab, Counter, and Comeuppance, I believe is the name of that move, which is really, really nice. So I personally don't think this thing is like amazing. I don't think it has any like spot to be up there with like Quaquaval, but I like the good boy tier. I like the good boy tier. I think it's better than Spidops. So I would put it in the good boy tier right there. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
The good boy tier.
there we go. I'll just put that right there.
The good boy tier. Ooh.
I was actually so for the Discord that we're in, I chose the normal typing for my gym, and I was looking at some Pokemon. This thing I actually found. I was like, oh, I need some good normal types. Are any of them good? I need to find out. And this thing was actually one of the ones I put on my team.
Ooh,
I love this
good
thing.
fire.
1 second, actually. Let me just look it up. So, how I was going to use it was I was going to try to use it as like a prankster. I feel like that's like the default for most Pokemon when they have prankster. That's kind of what you go for. Because if it has prankster, I mean, like, the other abilities are kind of like, they're fodder. It doesn't matter. Like, who cares about Poison Touch? So that's how I'm kind of running it. And when it comes to prankster, in my opinion, like, you can just do so much damage. Like, you could Thunder Wave something. You could set up screens. This is why something like Grimmsnarl was really good, you know, because of prankster. Alrighty. So, given everything, so I just like prankster Pokemon. Murkrow, perfect example. There's just so many things you can do with them, because you just go in there and you just cause chaos. Like, there's nothing anybody can do to stop you unless they have, like, Fake Out or some type of priority move. But me, I'd put it in, like, the C tier.
I want to put it higher as well, but I feel like this Pokemon, two things are wrong with it. One, I feel like it's just one move away from being a phenomenal Pokemon, and that move being Quash. I think this thing should get Quash, and the fact that it doesn't really hurts. And the other thing that I say is a weakness of this thing, it is taunt fodder. You want to run a Focus Sash on this thing, but this thing, like, most of the other prankster Pokemon get access to taunt, and this thing, while it does also get access to taunt, it's not a dark type, so it's not immune to that prankster taunt. And then you're most of the time you're running one attacking move on this thing, if any at all, and then you're stuck into that. I think that is the biggest weakness with this Pokemon. I love it to death. Its design is amazing. I think all the Pokemon in this game, they did a really good job, but this Pokemon in particular, it's 110 base speed, which is nice, but it's taunt fodder, and not having access to Quash, I think, is the reason why I would put this thing. And it pains me to say it, but I would put it in C tier at best.
Yeah. So we're getting to the Tauros line, and you know, Raikou, I'll start this off with you. I think I've only seen one of the Tauroses, but I haven't seen the other two in action. So you sound like you're more of an expert when it comes to these ones. So I'll lead it off with you.
I absolutely love the new Tauros forms. I have yet to actually use or see this regular fighting type Tauros, but fighting and water type, this is why I put Coquavel so low, because I think Intimidate, Paldean Water Tauros is just way better. You get a really good move in Raging Bull, which breaks screens, and it's based on your primary typing. So it's also a stronger Terra Blast in that sense, because if you Terra, say you're fighting in water, electric type comes in, bam, you Terra ground or grass if you want to do that. Grass is a very good defensive typing, but this thing is more offensive if you want to run ground or whatever you want to run, really. Bam, you have that stab move now. Still breaks screens. Still really phenomenal, excuse me. It also gets access to Aqua Jet, which priority. That is another key thing when it comes to VGC for me. I think priority is honestly a game changer, because even if your opponent sets up Trick Room, if you're able to get those stab Aqua Jets off, that's really freaking good. And then on the flip side of the Blaze version, the firefighting type, I think that one's really, really strong as well. Getting access to, yet again, Raging Bull, but you also have access to Flame Charge to boost your speed, as well as Trailblaze. You have Will-O-Wisp potential, Wild Charge, Zen Headbutt, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Overheat. I could go on and on about this thing's moves that it could potentially use or run. And it also gets access to Smart Strike, which is a Steel type move. So I think this Pokemon is really strong. Base 100 speed, so it's not super fast, but it's not super slow either. Like, you're going to be outspeeding a lot, but you're not going to be outspeeding your most common, as in like your Fluttermanes, your Meowscaradas, your kilowatt rolls, your iron bundles. But you also have the base 105 defense, which is really, really good, especially when you're throwing intimidates out there. So you can really put your stat distribution into defense and attack, kind of settle in that speed tier that you know you're not going to break out of. And you also get access. I think you get access to bulk up. You do. You get access to bulk up, so you can even boost your attack stat and your defense stat if you want to run that way. You have access to body press if your opponent wants to try to intimidate you as well. But I think the best thing about this Tauros, this is why the fire one, in my opinion, is going to see more play than the water one. You cannot be Will-O-Wisp. You are a fire type. Fire types are immune to that Will-O-Wisp, so you want to be hitting those physical attacking moves because your special attack stat is 30, which you're not doing anything with that. I believe Slowpoke has a higher special attack stat, which it does. So all in all, these are all great Pokemon. Cudchew is a great ability. Anger Point is all right with Frostlass. That's the only real way I've seen that used. But having Intimidate, having the Fire or Water typing, which are two of the arguably best typings in the game, paired with Stab Close Combat, this thing is a formidable threat on any team and can be run any way that you really want to, whether bulky or offensive. So I really like them. I would put the Water and Fire one both at B plus or A, because I do think that there are other options you can go for, but I do think they're really good. But the regular Tauros, I'd put it at C.
Alrighty. Enlightened. What do you think about the Tauros?
Well, the water type Tauros in San Diego is a personal champion, piloted by Jae-Sok Lee or Meluka, to the San Diego title. I think it is a really, really good one. Much better than Quavel. But I think that if you want to run, a different intimidator than Arcanine that is ruling the format at the moment, then I think Taurus could be a very viable option. You could run it bulky. You could run Terra Grass. You could run Terra Steel. To get rid of all the fairy types. But also, you could run it, offensively. You could run it with a sash and just try and pick up as many KOs as you can. But it really depends what your team needs. I mean, either the water or the fire one. But I think the regular one is just pardon the pun. I think it's just bull. So I think for me it'd be C minus. Yeah, the normal. I think for the fire and water, I think it would be A.
Okay. So for the normal Tauros, I'll definitely agree. C tier. But the water and fire one, now that's a completely different topic right there. They just that's like the little brother, and they just left him behind because they have tattoos and he doesn't. I definitely
cool
like
ones.
they're the cool ones. So going off the water one first, Aqua Jet, like Raikou said, close combat. Then you got this move called Raging Bull, which is like their signature move. Protect. The water one has a lot going for it. Priority, like if somebody's on like 20 HP and they're way faster than you, Aqua Jet, you just take them out. Because, like Raikou was saying, this thing, not the fastest, but it's also not the slowest. But priority is still priority, so being able to just get a little bit faster than the competition, I definitely think the water one definitely beats the fire in that case. The fire one is cool, it kind of does similar things, but I think the water one's better. With that said, I mean, because I haven't really seen them, but it could be I haven't been playing Series 2 because I've been trying to do other things. But I think I will put them at the B plus. And for your Tauros, you just put them right there. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This tumbleweed Pokemon right here, I had no idea it was a Pokemon. I was just riding around the sand area on, the legendary from Violet, and I'm just like, oh, cool, a tumbleweed. And then next thing you know, I'm in a battle, and I'm like, did I upset the tumbleweed? Yes, I did. And this thing just was like, oh, I'm gonna attack you.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen this thing on the rank ladder. I haven't even seen really anyone be really using this thing. I mean, it's got decent attack. Its HP sucks. So its attack is 115. That's really good. It can deal a lot of damage. Its HP is 55. It's terrible. It's not surviving any attacks. It's got decent attack, but the HP kills it for me. Plus, I haven't really been seeing other people use it, so in my point of view, if nobody's really running it, it's not that good then.
I'd say it's C minus to D tier. I'd be fine with either of those. I do see its usage more than Oinkloin and Squawkabilly. I'm really wanting to move Squawkabilly down to F tier based on everything else we're putting here. I'm not gonna lie, but I digress. I see C minus D tier.
Yeah, I think Rockabilly should be down in F tier, but I think the Ramblegast has a niche that it can be used for, so I think it'll be C.
Alrighty. So yeah, put him in D right there. And we'll just put this guy right there. So now we're at the legend himself, the one they talk about, but he's not good at all. Toadscruel. I will 100% spearhead this. So when I heard Tentacruel was getting a new form of it, I was like, oh, that's cool. Tentacruel, he's not bad, but he's good to the point where it's like, oh man, I want to see his new variant form. And I was like, oh, cool, look at his stats, 80 HP, whatever. Special defense, though, ooh, now that's a sponge right there. I can get behind that. Speed, 100, okay, whatever, But then I saw its ability, and I was like, oh, I wonder what this ability is. It is not good. I feel like saying not good is just, understatement. I feel like it just makes this Pokemon useless at that point. Status moves go last, but are not affected by opponent's abilities. So, I mean, you can kind of get around it. So, Golingo, for example, right? It gets around his abilities, so you can put him to sleep and whatnot. But if you're always moving last using Spore, you're probably going to die before you even get a chance to use that. So, I feel like he was a good Pokemon, but his ability killed him. He had the chance, but it's kind of like with Slacking. You know what I mean? His ability, he's a great Pokemon, but his ability killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, that was really it. You can go.
I would like to make an argument for Toadscool that you put in the just not good category. I am here to defend all you Toadscool stands out there. So, I know we're talking about Toadscruel, but we cannot ignore Toadscool because with Eviolite, however you want to pronounce it, its special defense stat is off the charts. Its defense stat gets boosted again. Yeah, it's 40 HP. It's not doing much damage anyways. You're fine. But the 70 base speed is nice because this thing gets access to Trick Room, so it's a very good Trick Room user. Of course, it's also got Rage Powder, which is really nice. Anything to divert your opponent's attack is always going to be a plus in my department. Gets access to more moves than you'd expect. I mean, it gets access to Dazzling Gleam, Stab, Earth Power, Flash Cannon, Knock Off, Hex, Sludge Bomb if you want to go there. So I do think that both Toadscruel and Toadschool are good. I do think its ability is arguably one of the worst in the game, like ever created. I think the first ability that pops into my mind that's worse than it is probably like plus or minus.
Yeah.
But I do want to make an argument for Toadschool because I do think it's better than Spidops.
Yeah,
And
you're definitely right. Like I was kind of just like throwing them in there, like like I wasn't thinking about it. I was just like throwing them in there. There's definitely an argument because I've seen somebody, for example, Wolfie, he used it while he was climbing ranked and whatnot. So I mean, there's definitely an argument that like this thing is good in a sense. Like you can make it good. Its ability kills it, but yeah, that was just my fault putting it just to not good.
You're good. You're good. Yeah. With all that being said, not to like cut anybody off or anything, I'd put Toadscool, like the baby one, in C minus, and then I would put Toadscruel in potentially B because I do still think it's a very strong Pokemon, especially when Terra'd into like a water typing, for example. I do think it's still good. Its ability, yeah, it holds it back, but its bulk is really nice, and it can potentially change games, being able to click Spore and Rage Powder and potentially Trick Room if you want to go there.
Well, first we'll put this guy here in C minus. I feel like that's deserving of this thing.
So, so one of my favorite players, Jamie Boy, actually used this on a team that he made using all of the new Pokemon, including Toadscruel. So he used Excalibur and Toadscruel. Jamie is known for using mons that no one else would have even considered, let alone run. And that's what he's really known for. I just think its ability lets it down, but it can be direct. It can hit Iron Hands quite hard. It can also hit, Iron Jugulus as well. It can put it to sleep. It can be direct attacks. It has stab earth power, which is fantastic. If it lives that long. However, ice types kind of give it the business, and unfortunately, because of that, I think it will be D.
That's also another like good point that you brought up, ice types, because Iron Bundle is definitely running around. I've seen it probably like twice when I tried to climb the ladder before I had to adjust my team, and that just it kills it. If Iron Bundle is in the presence of Toadscruel, Toadscruel just doesn't stand a chance. So I'm all for putting him in like the D tier, but Raikou, what do you think? Because I know you were strong about putting him into like B tier, but
see, I understand the argument for putting him lower. I really do think that the grass and ground typing is, I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, you're weak to the ice type, which with Iron Bundle running around kind of sucks for Toadscruel, but I do think it has the ability to be able to like pull off some upsets in matches and really be a game changer. I'm very strong in my opinion of B tier. I won't be. It's not like I'm going to be mad if you put it in like the D or the C or the C minus tier or anything like that. I do think its usage is going to like drop even more significantly as time goes on. But I think any mon with Spore, Rage Powder, Trick Room, and access to Dazzling Gleam, I don't know. I still am strong. I understand y'all's arguments, but I'm still strong about the B tier because if we're putting Belly Bolt in B tier, I love you, Belly Bolt. If we're putting you in B tier, I think Toadscruel definitely goes there.
Well, here's what I'll do. We can put the previous evolution right here in B because arguably it is better than its evolution state. And we can just swap it to, Toadscruel being right there. Just because its previous evolution is just a lot better. So I definitely agree that this guy could be in B tier, because I've seen him climb to master rank. People using him to get master rank. So over his evolution. So I mean, I feel like this makes sense. C minus for Toadscruel, and then this guy right here, B tier. Alrighty, so we got the man himself, the owner of the Krusty Krab, this keeper of the secret of the Krabby Patty formula, Mr. Krabs, aka what's his name? Cloth. One
Terrible.
of the one of the titans of the region. In my opinion, not good.
It's just not good.
It is just not good. Enlighten, what do you think?
The only time I saw it was when I was battling it for the uh, Titan battle, and then I forgot it existed. Look, I love its design, but I think it should have done more. I think this is one of the mons I choose to forget, without seeing it on a plate, because I think it's going to be food for some other hungry teams that are looking to climb on a ladder, and I don't think it has a claw to stand on, so I think it's F. Actually, F minus.
F minus. Now we can just keep it in the just not good. Like I think it would beat Spidops probably because it's got the type advantage. But that's the only thing. It's better than both of these because it just beats them.
Yeah, this thing is not good. I'm allergic to shellfish. This thing is just all bad for me.
This thing just spells disaster for you.
It does, and I mean its stats aren't horrible. That's the sad part. Like it has decent HP and attack, and its speed is 75, which could be viable, but the rest of it's just bad, and it's just not good. Why would you ever touch this thing when you have Garganackle? Like the person who like how I was describing Garganackle as like a really cool design. Whoever designed this one, no, you're fired. Like,
Yeah, you need to just pack up your office, your little cubicle. Pack it up. You're out of here.
yep. See you later. Don't let the door hit you. Like,
So the next Pokemon, this little rose thing, I'm gonna put its previous evolution like right here. I don't think it's that good. Even with the chlorophyll, I just don't think it's as good as the evolution. So we'll just put them there. With that said, so chlorophyll, for anybody that doesn't know, when the sun is up, this thing's speed is doubled. Its base speed is 75, so doubled that would be like
150.
yeah, like 150, 160. It's around there. Like 155 or something. Anyway, so 155 speed in the sun, really good. You're not the fastest thing, but you are pretty quick, so you can hit people with fire type moves, which the redhead is actually fire. The other thing is green, so it's grass. I know I didn't explain that correctly, but that's why they are their said colors, because it's a fire grass. I mean, I can see this being really good in sun teams. Like Torkoal, I've seen Torkoal running around, but people weren't using this thing with Torkoal. They were mostly using Torkoal for like Trick Room and whatnot. Not that it's a bad mon. I mean, it has good attack. So whatever you're trying to do with it, like flamethrower, crunch, seed bomb, like it's got a lot of things it can do. I'd say I'd be comfortable putting this thing in C tier. Just because by itself, it's just average, but in the sun it could be way better, but only in the sun. So C tier for me.
Yeah,
It's definitely, it's definitely no Venusaur, but, whatever.
I've seen this thing used one time on the ladder, and like I see this thing in singles, and it's very good in singles. But in doubles, I mean, it gets access to Rage Powder, but you have terrible defenses, and you can run mixed. You can run physical and special, which is really nice for any Pokemon. I mean, we've seen that with Iron Valiant, being a bit of a threat. That is really not too common in the ladder, but I mean, every time I see it, I know I have to prepare for it. But Scovillain just doesn't do that for me. Fire Grass is an amazing typing, but yeah, it just doesn't do it. Like you said, I mean, outside of the sun, this thing isn't doing a lot, and I love it, but at best, it's C minus. Honestly, like Stab Giga Drain's nice, Stab Flamethrower's nice, and the Sun Flamethrower is really nice. But if you're really wanting to utilize Sun without Ninetales being in the game, you're relying mostly on Torkoal or Prankster Sunny Day setters, which you don't. Most of the Prankster mons you don't really want to be wasting a slot with Sunny Day. So I'd put this thing at C minus because the lack of access to a solid chlorophyll user without, I would say, putting being detrimental to your overall team and not really getting enough out of it was the reason why it goes C minus or even D tier.
Alrighty, Enlightened, what do you think?
I haven't seen it a lot recently. I was a former grass leader last generation, and when I saw its typing, I thought, this would be interesting. A very interesting typing to try and use it to do something. Unfortunately not. Because unfortunately we can't have nice things. Its attack stats are good, but its speed is just way too low. Unless you're using, max speed, max special attack. With Torkoal, then you're not really doing as much damage as you need to. It can be played around, and it's not going to see as much use as people thought there was going to be when it was originally introduced. So I think it's going to be C minus, I think.
Yeah, you know what? I definitely agree C minus for this thing. Like, without the sun and without Ninetales being in the game, there's just not enough justification for it to be anything higher. I mean, if you pick this thing, you go in Torkoal, like, it's a really gimmick. Like, that's the only way it works. You have to gimmick. So, I think it's definitely better than these guys. I'll put you here, though, because Toad Squirrel himself, definitely better than this guy, but yeah. Alrighty, let's put you here. Now let's talk about this thing right here. This spider, I've only run into him one time, and actually have a YouTube video of me battling that thing, if you guys haven't seen it. And I lost. Because I did not know this thing was a Trick Room setting type of mon. Yeah, like, for some reason, like, I saw it and I was like, oh man, this thing must be, like, quick or whatever. Because I didn't have the information, I thought I have to try to slow down the game to, kill it. And that, at the time, that was part of my strategy. I was like, oh man, if I don't know something, I'll slow it down or I'll make the game faster or whatever. This thing, I mean, it's part of the whole Trick Room set. And the funniest thing is that you have to walk 1,000 steps in Let's Go mode to even, like, evolve it. So, I mean, it's pretty funny. But in the Trick Room, it's got 115 special attack, 100 defense. It's got Revival Blessing. I didn't know that. But, my buddy used that on me. So, I mean, it's got its uses. So, I mean, in the Trick Room or without, outside the Trick Room, it just does a lot. besides that, I mean, there's not much else it's doing. It's either using a psychic move or a bug move against you, or using revival blessing, trick room. It's doing one of those. But synchronize. There's 50% chance each. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, cool. So it's got synchronize. So if somebody tries to use like Will-O-Wisp, it sends it back at the person. So I mean, and telepathy, so it doesn't hit itself. So if somebody uses Earthquake, for example, it doesn't get hit, right? That's what telepathy is.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, it's got a lot of support, for a Trick Room set. I wouldn't use it outside of the Trick Room, but definitely if you're using it in Trick Room, this thing is a kill on site. Raikou, what do you think about this Scarab?
Well, funny enough, this is a Pokemon I have not really run into at all. Besides so when I played through the game, I played through with one of my friends and we battled after every gym, and he had it on his team, but it to little success, and I have yet to really see any success myself from it or really play against it at all. I do know it gets Revival Blessing, but if you're gonna run that, you might as well run Palmot. Yeah, it gets access to Trick Room, but there's many other mons that are better at under Trick Room or using Trick Room than this thing. I just don't see where it falls into any team to where it's a viable asset, in my personal opinion. And that might be a hot take. I don't really know how popular this thing is, but based on my personal experiences, I have yet to really see any good come out of this Pokemon. I would argue I can see where it can come in play, so I'd argue maybe D tier, but no higher than that.
Oh, already enlightened. What do you think?
I I agree personally. I haven't seen it a lot, but especially on big room teams, you can go for bug buzz, you can go for big room, you can you can you turn into armor rouge, for example, to give it a boost, but outside of trick room, it doesn't really do much, or give you any particular advantage that something else doesn't do better, and that is the really disappointing thing. That it could be good, but unfortunately, there is something that does its job better than it. And I think it could be C. So higher than Quavel, but not as good as, say, Toad School, for example. I think it's a very niche pick.
So, before we place it, I definitely want to say, when I did fight this thing, if I did have that information, if I had known, hey, this thing, probably don't set up the Trick Room on it. That would be the worst thing you could ever do. I would have destroyed it. And given how I was playing at the time, my team, using Dundozo and whatnot, I didn't even have Dundozo. I had Gothitelle and Sylveon at the time. So I would have definitely destroyed the thing if I had better information. So I wanna say, I don't think it's terrible. It's got the Trick Room, so the Trick Room by default, it's already in a strategy. I'd say C minus, but it's below Toedscrew, because at least Toedscrew can act without having to be in some type of strat, whereas this thing needs the Trick Room.
Yeah, I can see it there. Yeah, I can see it. If I had more information on it, I'm sure I could be better about where to place it. But based on y'all's deduction of the Pokemon, I can definitely see C minus.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. The ostrich, this little thing right here. Enlightened. I'll pass it to you. What do you think?
Well, Esparta. Um, well, Esparta is making a path to my heart. I really like this thing. Um, I haven't used it yet, but the more I see it, the more I want to use it. Um, and I don't know how to feel about it because I've KO'd so many I've lost count. Um, but I think there would be a definite niche for it, especially um, on psychic terrain teams. With speed boost, it can outspeed a lot of things. It can outspeed bundle. It gets access to dazzling gleam, um, a minute crash, which lowers the opponent's spectral defense and does damage. Um, so I think it's a very, very strong pick, but I think it really depends on the team that it's on. Um, for it to be viable, I think it's going to be in B tier. I think.
So for
Personally.
me, when I was on the ladder in Series 1, I saw this thing on a couple of teams. What threw me off was the opportunist ability. So if I increased my special attack, whatever, speed, this thing was like, I can do that too, and it just copied it. So there's no way you're gonna outpace it with whatever you're trying to do, especially with Dundozo. So if you throw this thing out at the right time, like they're gonna send out Dundozo, and Tatsugiri, this thing could easily challenge that Dundozo. So, for me, it's really situational, but it's also it's a good Pokemon. I want to put it in the B plus tier because its ability opportunist always keeps it competing against your opponent. So if they had Tyranitar Dragon Dance, it's just as deadly. Even though I know Tyranitar is like a dark type, whatever. Besides that, I mean, Dazzling Gleam, Protect, Lumina Crash. It's got a lot of stuff to not only, deal with whatever, but handle itself. So I think B plus. I think it's deserving of it.
I can definitely see the B plus argument. I think this thing is just it's so frail. With Snarl being so common in the format, I like to stay away from this Pokemon. I do love ostriches, don't get me wrong, but I tend to stay away. The gravity strategy with Sandy Shocks and Hypnosis in this thing, oh my gosh, how annoying is that? So I do think that's a very strong combination there. And I do like the opportunity stability and speed boost. I think it has two great abilities there. I think it struggles against Trick Room teams. It does get access to Dazzling Gleam, as you said, which is really strong for this Pokemon's case. I do think it is a B plus Pokemon, like you said. I just think that there's a lot of areas where, while it hits a few specific niches, it also lacks in a lot of areas. And I think Lumina Crash is a great move. But on the flip side, with Dondozo Tatsugiri, its ability would be absolutely broken, like going against that, and it would be probably the most commonly used Pokemon if Dondozo Tatsugiri did not get the Unaware ability. So for that reason, I do see B plus, but I'd put this thing in B tier.
Alrighty. Yeah. So, yeah. I'll just I don't know, anywhere. Right there. It doesn't matter. We will put these here. Raikou, I will let you lead off with Pinkaton.
Tinkaton, arguably
Tinkaton.
one of my one of my favorite Pokemons in this format and in this gen in general. No pun intended? Question mark. Um, I do think it's really good. It has access to Mold Breaker, which is really nice. I think Mold Breaker is arguably the best ability in the entire game. Which I know is a bit of a hot take, but it is what it is. It also gets access to own tempo, so you can't intimidate it if you want to run that. And then it also gets pickpocket, which isn't as common. In fact, I don't think it's been seen at all. But the Sting's moveset is what makes it amazing. It's another fake out user. It's not as fast as Palmot, but it's still really good to have as a fake out user. Gets access to Brick Break, Ice Hammer, which is a 100 base power, 90% accurate move that lowers the user speed. Gets access to screens, knockoff, rock slide. But the big move that it gets is Gigaton Hammer, its signature attack, which is a 160 base power steel type move. The only thing is it can't be used twice in a row, which kind of stinks. But being able to slap a Thunder Wave onto anybody because you have Mold Breaker, because you ignore the abilities of other Pokemon, is really nice. Any Levitate users don't really want to stay in against a Bulldoze on this thing, or if you have any kind of like type immunities based on your ability, you also are going to get hit by something. Brutal Swing has been used multiple times, from my knowledge, to get any kind of weakness policy strategy off, especially with Armorers. You can get the weakness policy and you get the weak armor boost all in one turn, and then you just wreck shop, honestly. I've seen a lot of support sets with this thing, but being a Fairy Steel type, arguably the best typing, like the dual typing in the game, we've seen how strong it is with Zacian. Of course, Tinkaton is not Zacian. Instead of a sword, it's using a hammer. But I would argue that this thing could easily go into the A tier.
Alrighty. Enlightened, what do you think?
Okay, so Tinkerton, again, I haven't seen a lot of people use it, but Jamie Boyd used it on his new Gen 9 team at the start of the season to a lot of success. He used it more as a supportive role, because it is quite fast. It gets access to take out Encore Taunt, so it can really support the team. Yes, it does get access to Gigaton Hammer. It does get access to a Rough as well, so it does get physical stab for both Steel and Fury. But I don't think that there are much better Steel types in the format, such as Scizor, King Gambit, who we will get to in a second. And I think Tinkerton is Tinkerdone, especially in this series. I think with all of the Arcanine running around, all of the Iron Hands, all of the Sandy Sharks, I think Tinkerdone is Tinkerdone. So I think it'll be J tier for me.
Alrighty. So, for one, when I was like, collecting Pokemon for my team, this thing was definitely a like at first I was like, okay, I'm just gonna farm you, and I tried to use Dragon Pulse on it, right? It resisted it. I didn't resist it. It was immune to it. So I was like, oh, this is a fairy? Okay, I'll just kill it with a poison move. Nope, Steel. And in my opinion, Fairy Steel is one of the best typings in the game. Because this thing has 9 resistances, and it being Fairy and Steel, it has 2 immunities. So I mean, right then and there, it's already ahead of the game. Like you guys said, it has Fake Out, Gigaton Hammer, and in Series 1, I saw a lot of people using Own Temple and Own Tempo, not Temple, Own Tempo, um, and Mold Breaker at the same, not same time, but either one of those. So I mean, if I saw a Tinkaton, it was definitely coming in there to like deal damage. Like it didn't matter what your ability was; it was gonna smack you with that hammer, and it was gonna leave a mark. So if it had like I don't know, better attack, like this thing would be crazy. But it does not. I wanna put it in like B tier. So throw Pinkaton right there. All right. All right. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I haven't seen this little like Diglett variant. Like,
Wug Trio, it's not good.
yeah, I'm just like, Doug Trio is not good. Could this thing be good? No, it's not. So what do you guys think? Overall, just not good in general. Like,
It's dog water. It's arguably the worst Pokemon of the generation. I'd pick Spidops over it every day of the week.
it's dog water. Funny because it's a water. Yeah, what do you think, Enlightened?
Yeah, I haven't seen it at all, but I think, well, it appears near the ocean. I think it should go back into the ocean.
Alrighty, so another one of the Titan Pokemon from the game, Bombardier.
Bombardier.
Yeah. When I saw this thing,
Bombardier.
it kind of reminded me of like a stork. Like it just that it just looked like a stork. It was just flying around and whatnot. Because I'm looking at the stats right now. Its stats are meh, and I haven't seen this thing on the ladder, so I don't really have a comment for this thing being like good or bad. It's just nobody picked it really.
The only thing it does is Rocky Payload Rock Slide shenanigans. Like you basically get an extra stab on it. But then you're very reliant on flinches because this thing's base speed isn't that amazing. It's a dark type, so of course it's immune to prankster moves, which is always nice. But overall, it's not like anything to like hoot and holler about, something to be super excited about. It's just if it's anything, it's middle of the ground. It's nothing great. Cool Pokemon, great typing, lacking the stats and the ability.
All right, now I'm gonna get a little biased, but I'll go last because I'm just trying to take care of like this registration for the regional I'm trying to go to. But Raikou, please tell us about Palafin and all his evolutions. We can put this one right here though. But yeah, Palafin and then his hero form.
Oh, you gave me to go first on the Dolphin. Let's go. All right. So, Palafin, pure water typing, of course, only weak to grass and electric types. Automatically one of the best typings in the game. Like, water is, without a doubt, almost necessary on every single team. And then when you have a mon such as Palafin, like, of course, its signature thing is switching out, becoming that hero form, and then getting a boost to all of its stats, becoming decently fast and pretty honest mon that you wouldn't expect to be as bulky as it is. And its attack stat is just freaking phenomenal. Gets access to priority, not even Aqua Jet, gets access to Jet Punch, which I believe is its signature attack. It's a 60 base priority water attack move, so I mean that's alone is amazing, but it also has seen usage as like a choice scarfer in flip turning. You can just naturally switch it out if you want to. But even Palafin itself, I don't know its exact stats, but I know that Wolfglick has used it to a lot of success, even not switching it out. Like if you're still fire off close combats, Ice Punch, even Wave Crash with the Mystic Water, all very strong attacks. And I mean, this Pokemon, when you see it on your opponent's team, you are immediately scared. I know that I am immediately scared every time I see it. And if I don't see it in the lead, I'm even more scared. And in a format like open team sheets helps a lot, but when you're not open team sheets, this thing has kind of like the same effect as Annihilate as there's two really common sets, but the way you play against them are so different that you can completely throw off your entire game if you play turn one incorrectly. So for that reason, Palafin, I believe, is going to be S tier, and I don't think that it's going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, Palafin, more like a win for all of you Gastrodon fans out there, myself included. So Palafin, okay, free win. Is normally on rain teams with Pelipper, set up Tailwind, flip turn, try and switch out, but they just give the Calcedon players a boost, or anybody with Storm Drain, a boost that can, negate its do a hero and then take it out, which means that your opponent will lose a lot of offensive pressure and a lot of momentum trying to switch it out unless they manually switch it out, then they're going to be put on the back foot. Yes, it hits hard, but if you do have a plan for it, it's just really easy to play around. So I think it's going to be D, I think, because unless it can get its strategy off, it's not really going to be as consistent as you want it to.
Alrighty, so this is where the bias comes in, and Enlightened, I know you know, because you've seen my team, and Raikou, you've seen my team. So I'm running Palafin. I've seen what it can do, what it can't do, what's scary, what isn't scary. Gastrodon, perfect example, is not a thing I want Palafin to be fighting, but whatever. Palafin, for me, if he gets his hero form off, and you don't even have to use flip turn. Flip turn is just an option if I know I'm faster than you. He just goes into his hero form, and then you bring him in when it's safe. So if one of your Pokemon gets knocked out, whatever, you bring him in, and he uses Jet Punch. Priority move, he kind of just cleans up the board. He just takes out whatever. And if you're not using Choice Band, I use Mystic Water. So you Jet Punch, extra damage. One of the things that Enlightened was he showed me was Grass Terra. So, if I run into opposing Palafins, I turn to a Grass type. I use Terra Blast against him, take him out. Or if I run to Gastrodon and he hasn't Terra'd into a Fire type, I just, Grass Terra into him. So, I mean, there's a lot you can do with Palafin Hero, and I mean, by himself, he's not winning, but he might as well be. Like, once you set him up, he's set. He's ready to go. He's a target at that point. Actually, one combo I used to do was just to add to, like, the absolute danger. I'm giving people an ultimatum. I had Amoonguss and Palafin. Which one are you going to target down? The Amoonguss or the Palafin? You going to let me get that swap into the hero mode, or are you going to stop the Spore? It's like...
I'm gonna go ahead and run from the battle, save my time, and just try to win some other game.
Yeah, it's just not a fun time with that. But for me personally, he's definitely at top of A tier, if not S tier, because he's just that much of a threat. The hero mode, his regular form, not really. Like, if you kill him, he's kind of useless. Like, he can't. Well, he can take a hit, but if it's a super effective one, he'll probably die. Whereas hero mode, he's like super effective. What is that? Like, he's taken a Thunderbolt and it's just been like, nah.
It's like, I'll take that to the bank. That was yummy.
Man, like, I'll take some leftovers. Damn. So, what do you guys think? Hero mode A tier, like at the top of A tier, and then his like regular form is like D tier.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I guess I'll back it. I like the regular form as
Yeah.
well. I think it puts on pressure as well, but I will.
You know what? Actually, I feel like that's not justice. I feel like C tier because it does put on pressure. Like if it gets that flip turn, no matter what, he swaps out. Like just seeing it is just like a oh no type of moment. Because if I bring in Pelipper right after, it's like either a guaranteed swap or a guaranteed swap. Like unless protect, but that's a different story. So we'll just put him right there, and then hero mode right there. All right, and Raikou. I'll let you talk about the Team Star, their vehicle of choice. I haven't seen this thing on the ladder, but what do you think about it?
This is my least favorite Pokemon in Generation 9. I think its design is dumb. I like its typing. Its typing is decent, but overall, I just don't think it's a very good Pokemon. Stats are mid. Move pool is kind of mid. I believe he gets access to Haze, but I mean, come on. Um, I don't know. I think this thing is down there with like Bombardier, Squawkabilly, Spidops, Wugtrio. Like I just and of course there's arguments to be made. Yeah, it's very good against fairy types, but what's the one thing that's more common than fairy like at more or as common as fairy types is earthquake spam because earthquake's arguably one of the best offensive moves in the game, and this thing is 4 times weak to ground. Um, I don't know. I just really don't like this Pokemon. I don't unless y'all can convince me. I don't think there's a single saving grace for this thing to where I can move it anywhere above the just not good tier.
Yeah, I mean, other than like Team Star, I haven't seen this thing. I personally don't think it's that good. Like even when like I was out in the world, I caught this thing. I was like, this thing's terrible. Like what? I want that big truck looking thing that Team Star was riding on, and what I got was like this little mini car that you give a kid from Walmart.
As a Pokemon, this is it. This is like the car that you were hoping for a lot more from, but it never really delivered. I think if you want to have a steel top, by all means. If you want an actual viable mon, this is not for you.
Yeah, I mean, this thing. I mean, for what Team Star was using it for, they definitely had some cheat codes. We'll put him right there. All right, so this thing isn't as cool as like the legendaries on the covers, but it is another bike. Well, it's like, I guess the middle, for the legendaries of the covers, Miraidon and the other one. What do you guys think about this thing?
Cyclizar, that's my boy right there. I love this Pokemon. I think it sucks. Not the Pokemon. Sorry. Uh, I think it sucks that it doesn't see a lot of play because it does have a wide range of moves, which I have been preaching that this entire video. It gets access to my favorite move in the game. All the Raikou Nation fans know what move that is. Cough, cough, breaking swipe. I just think it's an absolutely amazing Pokemon. Dragon's a really good defensive typing. Normal is, I mean, it's the normal type. So base 121 speed, you're pretty fast. 95 base attack isn't amazing, but when you have access to Shed Tail plus Regenerator, you can easily set something up for success in one turn. You pair this with like a Palmot to where you can get off a really quick fake out, and then you Shed Tail. You're golden. You have something in the back that wants to do a little bit more damage, like you put an Annihilate up there, right? Like then it can get almost a free bulk up set up. You want to put King Gambit there. Bam, you can set up with that if you really want to. If you want to go that way, Dragonite can set up D dances, Espathra, like anything really. Or if you want to get Trick Room off, you have a really strong Trick Room option in the back. Like you click on this thing, you pair it with like a Farigiraf. Farigiraf prevents any priority from hurting this thing, so no fake outs. You set up Trick Room with Farigiraf, you Shed Tail into like one of your slower Pokemon that's usually bulky anyways, like a Garganacl or something along those lines, and then you're pretty much set for the match. Your opponent's in a really bad spot after that, and I think this Pokemon's great in support, and that's not even going over its offensive options. Like, I mean, it gets access to Aqua Tail, Crunch, Dragon Stab, Fire Fang, Ice Spinner, Knockoff, Overheat, Power Whip. It can set up with Shift Gear, gets Taunt, U-Turn if you just want to switch out and get the Regenerator boost. Iron Head. I could go on and on and on about this Pokemon. I think it's an amazing Mon. I think it's pretty good typing. I think the one thing that really holds it back versus like every other Pokemon in the competitive scene is the fact that because it is a dragon type, it is held to the standard that other Pokemon do better, such as like your Roaring Moons or your Garchomps or your Dragonites. Oh, I didn't even say that, did I? Unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, I would put this thing in B or C tier.
I've never actually used this mon. To be honest with you, I think it looks cool, but I think it. I mean, Shed Tail's pretty cool, but I think there are just so many other mons that do things better than it. Shed Tail's nice, but I just think unless it's been shed tailed out, then there isn't really anything else for it. So I think it could be D tier. I think.
Okay. First thing, when I was playing the game, I was just going around using my Skeledirge, fighting the random Pokemon in the world to, get material and whatnot. And this thing runs up and it just battles me. And it didn't even charge at my Skeledirge, it just came right at me. And I was like, what the heck? Is this like the Guardian for like the region? Like, goddamn. No hesitation. It was like Mr. Mime from Arceus. He just showing up with the light screen, just causing all kinds of chaos. I haven't seen this thing in VGC, but I will agree with you guys. B tier. This thing right here. This Pokemon. Another one of the titans of the region. Oathworm. I'm not gonna lie. I think I've only seen this thing twice. And both times, it just was not that impressive. It kind of goes for that whole gimmick of I'm gonna increase my defense and then hit you with body press.
I really like Earthworm. I think I think the biggest shenanigan, like of course, like as you said, Earth Eater is a really great ability. Being immune to any ground type attacks, so I believe you're only weak to fighting and fire at this point. And you have a really strong defensive stats, so a lot of fighting types want to be hitting on that physical side, so more likely than not, you're at least going to be living one. The fire types you have to be a little bit more worried about because you do have that lower special defense. I think the big problem with Earthworm is it doesn't really add anything. Like, yeah, you have a steel type, but when you have Goldengo as an option, why would you ever pick this thing? Besides that ground immunity, your defensive stats really nice. Your special defense is so easily taken advantage of that doesn't even matter unless you're firing off body presses. But with the prevalence of ghost types and Ceruledge, Annihilate, and Goldengo, Earthworm just it doesn't really have a spot on any team, in my opinion. So for that reason, I think the max I would put it at is C minus because I do think it adds more pressure than like low kicks or Oinkloin, but I don't think it does as much as maybe your Tauroses or your Quaquavels.
Alrighty. Yeah, and I was just also looking at the Pikalytics, and one of the possible Terra types is Poison. So, if you Terra this thing into Poison, now you're only worried about Psychic. So now Fire and Fighting aren't even like a factor anymore. You're just worried about Psychic. The majority of Psychic moves are special attacking, so you have to worry about that. But, that's just one possibility that you could do if you're trying to Terra this thing. Enlightened. What do you think?
Yeah, I think uh Earthworm I think has um a niche. I did see Paul's video, him getting number one with it. Um, yes, it can shed tail, and yes, it can um, give a lot of momentum to your teammates. But I feel you need to play well enough um, to put it in um, enough good positions to set up the rest of your team. Because unless you do that, then you know it's not going to do what you want it to do. So I think it's going to go and C.
So yeah, C tier. You said with this guy, I feel like I agree with C tier because I haven't seen him a whole lot, but when I did, he didn't like really impress me because I had my Sylveon, I terrored it, and I just used fire against him. Um, so I feel like C tier, but it could work somewhere else. But C tier because yeah, C tier for him. Alrighty, Raikou. I feel like you're gonna have a lot to say about this Pokemon right here. This little like starfish looking thing. A champion's pick.
Glamora. I've seen a lot of usage on this thing. Like a lot of people are running it as Terra Water, because its special attack stat is really nice. Its other stats are just meddling in comparison. But it has a really good special attack stat, and with its 4 times weakness to ground, Terra into water is really nice for this mon. Most electric and grass types don't really want to come in against this because it does have access to earth power and it has stab sludge bomb, so that really takes care of both your weaknesses there. Its ability and toxic debris is really nice if you pair that in the back with like a Gengar with Hex, or even a Gold Dango with Hex. It's really strong. But overall, I think this Pokemon, while I did see it spike in usage for a little bit, I think it's fallen off because people started to realize it's not really that good. I think it's really good if like if a battle were to last more than 7 turns, then I can see the toxic damage kind of spiking and building up and really snowballing to where your opponent is put into a really bad spot. But because it's VGC, most turns, I believe on average, or most games last on average maybe 7 to 8 turns. So overall, I don't think it's a great Pokemon. I think its special attack is nice. Its speed is mid tier. It's not a great speed tier. I don't think it does anything special. So I think it's gonna go at that. Oh, gosh, I don't even know because I personally think that it's kind of down there with like Bramblegast and Oinkloin. But I've seen it used and I've seen it work with other Pokemon before to where it could be good. But in my personal opinion, I would never use this thing. This thing doesn't even cross my mind when it comes to team building. So I'm gonna say D tier, and I think its design sucks. I think the Pokemon is kind of dumb in general. Uh, I know I'm full of the hot takes. But hey, that's what you get when you have Raikou stick in a video.
So I love that. So
Well,
for me, when it comes to this thing, first thing I thought was because I used to play singles battles before I even did VGC and whatnot. I was like heavy singles battle. So when I saw toxic spikes, I was like, ooh, you could just, for example, hit it and then make it set up toxic spikes on your opponent's side of the field. And now they have to worry about being toxic on top of like whatever else you're throwing at them. And it's a plus if they do it themselves. I know hazards aren't like a thing in VGC, but I mean having having your Pokemon just do it, so you don't have to worry about one of your moves being cluttered. Pretty cool. The the amount of times I saw it and the toxic spikes weren't really an issue for me though. Like, it didn't really matter. So I mean, in singles, I'm sure like that would be great, but in doubles, it was never really a factor. And plus, I knew not to hit this thing with a physical move, so its ability never really went off. Not that I don't think it's like a joke, but I feel like it could be in maybe like C minus because it's not like game changing, but I mean it's not super bad either.
Every time this Pokemon has hit the field against me, I know that I'm already gonna be up 4 mons to 3 because this thing is gonna die. And it's not gonna do enough against any team that I have because if I'm running a team, it's definitely gonna have a steel type and it's definitely gonna have counters to earth power. It's definitely gonna have a water stab and it's definitely gonna have a steel type. So, I don't know. I do. I'm not trying to like go away from your argument. I just think this thing is just overrated every day of the week, and I would much rather have toxic on one of my Pokemon than burn, paralysis, freeze, or really anything or sleep. So
I completely agree. I mean, there's been games where I could have won and I got paralyzed or burned, and I just, I couldn't move, or I just couldn't do enough damage. Like I was playing Sword and Calyrex got burned or paralyzed. That was it. I might as well concede right there. You just broke my Pokemon. With this thing, let's put him in the C. Let's just C minus right there. It's not doing enough, but he's there. I don't know if the previous evolution for this dog right here is good. Would you guys?
it's not. It's not. It's cute. It dances in the game, but it's not going to be used.
Alrighty. So this.
Just one final thing on Glamora. It did actually win a regional title. Also got top 4 at San Diego with Jones Beck, who came 3rd in the world in 2019 and 2022 with Choice Specs Glamora, and it went 10-0 at San Diego and Swiss with the Choice Specs. Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Energy Ball, and
Power Gem, yeah.
Power Gem, yeah. So I mean, it isn't that bad, but it can be played around.
Yeah, like, I definitely agree. Like, because I've faced this thing like plenty of times when I was climbing Series 1, and with the choice specs, for example, it has that potential to like deal with like whatever. I just it wasn't really that much of an issue for me personally. Even though like yeah, it won a regional, but like against like the other I was fighting, like that's like it's like saying like oh I mean Charizard is like a really great Pokemon, but like if it gets hit by like a rock, he just folds. Yeah. Not that it's like I said, it's not that it's a bad Pokemon. Like Charizard's not a bad Pokemon. Just I personally didn't have trouble with it. Yeah. So the little ghost dog. Well, not little. The big ghost dog. Enlighten. I'll let you talk about it.
So Gravened. Well, I've only seen it on ladder to do one thing, and that is to come in when all of its friends are dead and use last respects. And I have been hurt by this one a couple of times because I didn't realize what last respects did. Until my mons were dead, and I cried a little. But then, I thought, yeah, it's cute. But apart from past specs, it doesn't really do all that much. There are much better ghost types in this generation. So even though it's a good boy, it's not the best boy.
For me, I've only played against him probably twice. I think I beat the one team that was trying to use it, but they didn't capitalize on them, so I just beat them. The other one was my coach in my video, um, and that one was just like a wash because I kind of threw the game. But looking at Peakalytics, Last Respects is definitely something. This thing is running. I don't see a world where he's not running that move. You know, Getting 300 base power. I mean, that's kind of crazy. I mean, its abilities aren't super crazy. Like it's either Fluffy or Sand Rush. I don't see it using Sand Rush unless it has Tyranitar there or whatever. Fluffy, I mean, it's just weak to fire at that point. I'm not sure. I mean, I want to agree, put him in the good boy tier because he's definitely. I feel like he's better than this guy.
I'm a boaster.
Yeah, but Raikou, what do you think?
I think good boy tier. Out of all the ghosts that you're gonna pick, if you're gonna try to get last respects off, you might as well run King Gambit with Supreme Overlord. And if you want that 300 base power ghost type move, you run Rage Fist on Annihilate. It's as simple as that, in my opinion. It's not the fastest mon. I like it. I like its design a lot, but I do think it's not very viable unless you're running singles choice scarfed. Last respects.
So, I've talked to a few people about this Pokemon, Flamingo, and for one, that's kind of lazy. Like they didn't put anything else into it. It's just it's a flamingo. It kind of looks like a yard ornament, like something you put on your lawn, and it's just there for the rest of its life. I did see Wolfie's video when he used that thing with Tatsugiri and Dondozo to like get crazy, crazy stats and whatnot with Co-Star. Um, so for me, Co-Star, I feel like that's the one thing when it comes to this burb that is making it better. My computer's loading really slowly. But for anybody that doesn't know, Co-Star basically, when a Pokemon enters the battle, it copies the ally stat changes. So you would use this with what, commonly Dondozo. So there was like an old strap people used to use, and this thing kind of was crazy a little bit, but it's whatever. I haven't really been seeing it that much. It's kind of a gimmick. It's alright by itself. Speed is 90. Attack is 115.
So
no, I mean, not that it's bad, but I'd want to put him in like the B tier, but I don't want to put him any higher.
So I will 100% back you on the B tier thing. But one thing to note that I feel like a lot of people aren't taking advantage of, and something that I've taken advantage of on the ladder and the showdown ladder before that, I slapped a choice scarf on this thing and just spammed close combat, and I was not worried about ghost types because this thing gets scrappy. So I was able to hit everything with stab close combat, and just I would automatically just nuke something either very early in the game or very like late in the game when it was very pivotal. Like people think they're safe switching in their ghost type after I knock something out. Psych, I've got scrappy, and it also prevents my attack stat from being lowered by intimidate, and that made Flamigo like a lot better for me. Like Co-Star is great, but Scrappy is also great, and I love flamingos. It's my favorite animal in the entire world. So, I would agree with the B tier, just because I know how Pokemon is, and I know that it's not the best, but it does have a few niches, and that's why I think it's better than like the Pokemon in C tier. And I think it would be like the top of B tier, up there with like Cerulege and Arboliva.
I definitely So I forgot about what Scrappy did. Like I was when I was reading it, I was like, oh, it's Scrappy, whatever. I was looking at more co-star, but definitely what you're saying, Scrappy with like, let's say you choice Scarf it or whatever. It's a issue at that point. Um, and I'm looking at the Terrestrialized types. You can put a ghost typing on it, and it's definitely a Pokemon that if you let it get out of control, it can run with the game. Enlightened. What do you have any like stories when it comes to the pink flamingo?
Yeah, I have a few. Um, a fish, a whale, and a flamingo walk into a bar. Um, I then get swept by it, and it's not a fun time. Um, I think flamingo um can make your team flamingon if you don't deal with it effectively. If you don't know what type of set it is, whether it's Scrappy, Co-Star is the most common set, sorry, the most common ability on it. Um, but it can just do a lot of damage. It's really quick. Um, but it can be played around, but you need to be very, very careful. Um, I think I think it's going to be B, possibly A.
Alrighty. Well, it doesn't matter where we throw it. I'll just put it right there. Even though things look kind of out of order, it's not really about like, oh, this thing's definitely better than like, Belly Bolt. It's just it's there. It's part of the tier. Um. Okay, so see Titan. What to do with you? What to really say about Titan? I just looked at it on like this one website that I've been using is the Pokemon database. And one, it gets thick fat, but also it has 170 base HP. So this thing is just like it's Chansey's cousin. This thing has a lot of HP. God damn. And it's got the attack to back it up. It's not that fast. You could probably run this thing with Trick Room at 73 speed. Um, but I mean, looking at Pikalytics, a lot of people were using. So in Series 1, people were using Slush Rush with this thing. I guess you could pair it with Abomasnow. So, I mean, I haven't been seeing it that much, but, I mean, same strat, either Slush Rush or Thick Fat. You pair that with Abomasnow. Yeah, Belly Drum. Do I really need to say what Belly Drum does? Like,
Please,
it's basically... It's basically just Azumarill at that point, like Azumarill, but if it was Ice type, right? I'm kind of curious on what you say. I think this thing is like really good. Like, I faced against it a bunch of times. It's definitely worth at least B plus. I think A. This thing is, at least the times I was facing it, very good.
So the first ever tournament in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was actually won by another YouTuber named Atmosphere VGC, who ran Titan Abomasnow. I don't remember his set exactly, but this thing gets access to Liquidation, which is really strong. It also gets access to Priority Ice Shard, so you can even Belly Drum Ice Shard this thing. And as we were talking about, like with Flamigo, Choice Scarf Flamigo with Scrappy next to a belly drumming Titan? Like, what are you talking about? And then it has insane HP paired next to Abomasnow, which is going to be your most common ally, setting up Aurora Veil. You ain't taking no damage while you're dealing a crap ton. Like, I mean, come on. And then another Pokemon you compare this thing with is Slowking with, I believe the move's called Chilling Reception, where you switch out, but you set up the snow. And with the buff of snow, now boosting ice type's defenses instead of like hail damage happening, that's just nuts being able to do that. The ice typing is arguably the worst type in the game, but Titan makes up for it, and then the ability to use your Terra to help you out with that typing to maybe get a stab liquidation. I believe it gets access to Play Rough, which is really nice if your opponent wants to be in DD Armor Rouge. Psych, Terra Water, Ice Spinner into that Indeedee, you're doing crap tons of damage and getting rid of that expanding force threat. So honestly, I think Titan, at minimum, B plus A tier. It's seen a lot of less play now that Iron Bundle is around, for this series too. But in series one, this thing was a monster. And plus, Citadel is one of the cutest Pokemon I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, definitely with the liquidation ice shard. Like I'm just looking at Pikalytics right now, and it's a guarantee they're running liquidation and ice shard 100% of the time. It's a toss up between a bunch of other moves if they're running belly drum, ice spin, or heavy slam protect. But they're probably running belly drum and maybe protect, and then definitely citrus berry. Like if they're going belly drum, they're going citrus berry. If they're not caring about that, then they're going assault vest. Like this thing. So definitely paired in the snow. It's gonna be very. I actually want to change my thing. It's either A or S. I feel like it's that big of a threat. But enlightened. What do you?
Yeah, yeah. I remember watching that video of atmospheres. The set he ran was assault vest with liquidation, ice spinner, heavy slam, and liquidation, which was really really cool. Terra water, with a raw veil, a bomber snow, so that was really cool. But I don't believe that, apart from James Evans at the San Diego Regionals, I don't think anybody has done the team justice. Apart from those two. But that is in Series 1. I haven't seen it in Series 2. Nor do I expect to. But hopefully when home drops, who knows? I think it's A tier personally.
Alrighty. You know what? Is everybody okay with throwing it in A tier?
Yeah, I'm 100% game for that.
Alrighty, we'll just throw them right there. Alrighty, before we get to Dundozo Tatsugiri, we gotta talk about this lovely fish that's in the water right here. What is it? It's
The loser.
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Veluza. I'll start off with this. So it's definitely not like its previous encounter. Barraskewda from Sword and Shield. But I mean, it has it has good attack. It's got Mold Breaker, so I mean, it comes in. It's gonna be able to hit whatever. I just wish it if it was only Barraskewda, like it had like Swift Swim or whatever, I would consider putting it on a rain team. I mean, it's got decent attack at 102. I'm gonna say that if you can get this thing to do some damage or whatever, liquidation, crunch, it's got Aqua Jet, so you get that priority. So it's got a lot going for it, but it's not like Barraskewda. If it was like Barraskewda, I'd say it'd be a lot better on a rain team. What about sharpness? Slicing moves. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave it at it's probably C tier, but if it was like Barraskewda at Swift Swim, it'd be a lot better.
Sorry, Veluza is just such an unimportant Pokemon to me. I don't know. I love the typing of it. It has a really good ability and sharpness, and we've seen like Gallade pick up lately, which I think is really cool to see. I think Gallade's a fantastic Pokemon, but Gallade is just the better Veluza. I've been hyping up the water typing, but this Pokemon honestly should have been a water steel type. And if it was water steel, I think it's 100 times better. But I do think the C tier is good for this Pokemon. I have never seen it on a VGC team. Singles teams, oh my gosh, this thing could run rampant. But on a doubles team, I do agree in the fact that Swift Swim would make this thing 100 times better. But I would honestly put this thing around the D tier. I don't like fish, so that also doesn't help.
Enlightened. What do you think about this fish?
Well, as an Australian, we have a lot of beaches down here, and whenever I go into the lakes in Paldea, I get flashbacks because it's just chasing me, so I don't want to go into the water. Um, I haven't really seen it all that much, except for in game, so I don't really have a lot to say about it. I mean, it does get Swift Swim. You can see it in rain, but outside of that, you don't really see it. So I think it should be in D, maybe C tier, possibly.
Yeah, with that, I definitely agree. C tier. Like if it was Barracuda, just a different variant, I think it'd be better. But it is not. Uh, you know what, Raikou? I'll let you start this off with Dundozo, and we'll put Tatsugiri. We'll talk about Tatsugiri after Dundozo.
I think Dondozo getting the unaware ability is just absolutely nuts. What were they thinking? Like the developers, what what goes through your head to give this Pokemon the ability to get +2 in all stats, but then get unaware? I'll tell you what's going through their head. Absolutely nothing, because that is the dumbest thing ever. It is stupidly strong. It has literally been the key focus of every single team. If your team does not have a Dondozo Tatsugiri answer, odds are you're not making it to the finals of any kind of regionals. You're not even making top cut. Dondozo Tatsugiri's everywhere. Yeah, you can't switch out, but why would you want to when you have all those boosts? We've seen, I've seen every Terra possible. Like I've seen Poison, I've seen Dragon, I've seen Steel, I've seen Grass, I've seen Flying. I mean, I've seen just pure water. Like this Pokemon just hits like a truck, takes like any hit you want to throw at it. We've seen counterplay, but then we've seen counterplay to the counterplay, and then like that process just keeps repeating. And then if we're talking about Tatsugiri as well, I mean, my personal favorite thing to do is slap a choice scarf on this thing, and you can use it by yourself. I mean, decent special attack stat, decent speed. You throw Draco Meteors out there. You can throw Muddy Waters because Water Dragon's an amazing typing. And a lot of them click Soak as well, so you pair that up with a Palmot clicking Double Shock, and then you're just completely nuking one of your opponent's Pokemon that maybe they weren't expecting to lose then. So we've seen some counterplay as the Perish Trap. I'm curious to see how the Dondozo Tatsugiri users decide to counter that. And being able to also boost, like with the move order up, being able to boost either your attack, your defense, or your speed based on which Tatsugiri form you have, I think is just even more absolutely nuts. Like you can set up Trick Room and then Dondozo Tatsugiri can go in, boosting your defense or attack. You can run Assault Vest, which is my personal favorite variant of it. It's just, it's broken. I think standing alone, Dondozo is probably about a C tier, and Tatsugiri I would put around B plus or A. But together, they're in a whole different league than every other Pokemon on this list.
Alrighty. Enlightened. What do you think about Dondozo? And then we can talk. Then you can talk about Tatsugiri after.
I love fish. I do. I love whales. I think all of them should be saved except for this one. Because in Series 1, Dondozo or Sambozo, as I call it, and Tatsugiri, was just on every single team, and unfortunately, I had no consistent answer to it. I mean, yes, I had Miascarada, but that's about it. I mean, if I couldn't, take it out with a protein protein boosted life or boosted flower trick, which always crits, then I'm not going to win that matchup. And having to rely on just the one mon to try and break through this strategy is not a desirable method of, hoping to improve as a player. You need to ensure that you have a very solid matchup into this, because if you don't, then unfortunately, you're going to be swept away by this thing, and you're not going to have a whale of a time.
That was funny.
Thank you.
So Dundozo by himself, where would you put him? And with Tatsugiri, where would you put him?
Dondozo by itself, I would put it as a D for delicious. And Tatsugiri would probably be a B or an A tier. Because you can either run Citrus Berry, you can run Choice Scarf, you can run Assault Vest with Icy Wind, and you can just be a really, really good supportive Pokemon. You don't really have to hit hard. You just have to support your teammates enough to ensure that you take care of what you need to. So I think A for Tatsugiri and D for delicious for Dondozo.
Alrighty.
Hmm.
So before I did Series 1, I was really out of Pokemon. Like, I wasn't really playing it because I had like a lot of things going on. So I was like, when I get back to it, I'll get back to it. And I get back to it, and I see this thing running around. Dundozo Tatsugiri. Now keep in mind, I was at like the 6th gym. So I was like, okay, I don't know anything about the game. I haven't even seen the Titan version of this thing yet. With that said, oh boy, did this thing completely just destroy whatever I was planning on doing. Like, the ability Commandeer, right? With Tatsugiri jumping in Dundozo's mouth. So strategic. Like, there were so many times when I had Dundozo out, and I, like, say, Sylveon, and, I knew they were going to try to attack Sylveon. I just swap out Sylveon to Tatsugiri. His ability goes off first, jumps inside of the mouth of the catfish, and then, he gets the boost. Dundozo goes first, probably. If he's not going first, I'll probably protect or whatever. But it's really funny seeing them try to hit where my Pokemon was, and I swapped to Tatsugiri. Yeah, I can't swap anymore, but I have that unaware, and my stat boost. This thing, I don't have any negatives to say about Dundozo. I mean, without Tatsugiri, not very good. I put him in C tier, but with the legendary tag team that they are, I'm definitely gonna put Tatsugiri B plus, and Dundozo I want to put him in the C tier. Just the name of Tatsugiri Dundozo, just every player knows. They're just afraid. They're like, oh, can I handle that? If I can't handle that, I gotta do something. And I put Steel as my Terra type for Dundozo, because if I ran into a Amoonguss, I was like, I don't want to get hit with Clear Smog. That would suck.
Yeah, I think Steel Terra, I mean, as well, I mean, it helps because, again, Steel is weak to fire, ground, fighting. Ground types don't want to switch in. You're naturally a water type. Fire types don't want to switch in for the same reason. Fighting types, yeah, they can come in, but they're still gonna get nuked. I mean, yeah, I think the Steel Terra type is just fan freaking tastic on this thing. Steel being one of the best defensive Terras in the game, if not the best like defensive typing in the game.
And also, if you know that they're going to use Protect, you just use Order Up, because I don't know who was making these moves. They were like cracked that day. But Order Up basically allowing you to get like a boost to whatever Tatsugiri you had. So them protecting was basically useless, because you're going to hit them back 3 times as hard as, as if they didn't protect. Because either way, it's going through, they're taking damage. Tatsugiri, I mean, I run the Focus Sash on mine. Draco Meteor, Muddy Water, Protect, Icy Wind. But by himself, Tatsugiri can do some damage. Alright, Enlighten. I will leave this to you. We're going to talk about the Chad himself. The one who everybody's talking about. Annihilate. The one who's going to follow you into the afterlife, probably.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I love this thing because, not only am I a big Pokemon fan, but I'm a heavy metal fan. So, when I saw Annihilate, I thought, I love this thing. I love its design. I love Rage Fist. I actually used this in Series 1, and I got to Master Ball with it. I love the fact that it's Ghost Fighting. I think it's, a really, really good typing. And it's also fast. It can be really bulky. And just, to me, it's a perfect mon, because if you hit it, then, you make it stronger. If you don't hit it, then it can set up. And if you don't deal with it quickly enough, it can get out of hand and sweep you. So, personally, for me, I think it's S tier. I love it so much. I mean, if I could turn myself into a mon, it would be an Olo. I love it. I love it so much.
So my thing with Annihilate is it's exactly with Mousehold. You don't see Mousehold in this thing separate. They're always together. And Mousehold is that Pokemon that's like, hey, family, but Annihilate is like, hey, I'm the uncle or cousin. I'm just kind of hanging around. So, I mean, like Enlighten said, if you don't hit this thing, it's going to set up. And matter of fact, if you don't hit this thing, Mousehold is going to hit it for you. That Rage Fist, I mean, Primeape, it needed a evolution. It got what it deserved. Even though it's kind of mad and all enraged now, I mean, I definitely think it deserves the S tier. It's just we've talked about it so much, before we even got to the thing, and now it's just like we're just trying to clean up.
So how do you not love Annihilate? It's been pivotal to the entire, like, just like Dondozo Tatsugiri. I think this Pokemon has been pivotal to really everyone's teams in my eyes. I mean, you have you have the bulk up set to where you can set up Rage Fist. You have the Final Gambit Choice Scarf set. The fact that it's a ghost type means it's immune to any kind of fake out. Really only play against it is priority attacks, with the Final Gambit set, that is priority attacks or trying to Thunder Wave this thing. But the main one that I've seen more success with is the bulk up set, because that set you're actually able to like take a few hits, you're a bit bulkier, and it's just like it doesn't matter what your opponent does. After a bulk up or two, you are big chillin'. Like there's not much that anyone can really do to you. And that's exactly how you like it. The most common terror I've seen with it is the fire typing. And pairing that up with Mousehold is really nice. Of course, I do think this thing is pretty weak to Dondozo Tatsugiri, but outside of that, it can completely sweep teams. I've had many situations where it's been a 1v4 situation, and all I have left is Annihilate. And between Drain Punch and Rage Fist, I was able to completely take out my opponent. It's also a great counter to Garganacle or Garganical, and that's why I think Annihilate is S tier, like easily.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Especially with his ability Defiant. Like, in this current meta, like Arcanine against this thing, you're just helping it out. Like, it comes out, let's say like it leads and you lead Arcanine, you're doing more harm to yourself by just doing that lead. That, you know, whoever that Arcanine player is, they better have insurance. Is about to take a lot of emotional damage. We'll just put him right here. We'll just put Wooper right over there. What to do about you, Quagsire? You went from standing up to like laying down. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen this thing too much, but I can definitely see a strategy that people have been using. So it's around using Terra Fire, Water Absorb. This is literally just what Gastrodon is doing. Gastrodon using that water absorb fire, like it's basically just doing with exactly the same thing. Only this one's more of a physical attacker than special. You know, recover, earthquake, gunk shot. You can even use curse. I mean, it's already slow enough, 28 base, so you can run this thing in a trick room set. Yawn to put other people to sleep. Haze if you want to get rid of like other people's stats. Like you just hate the world at that point. You see these Dundozos, Tatsugiris, and you're like, you know what? I don't want to use Murkrow. I'll just use Clodsire. I like this thing. It's not super great, but it's a bulky Pokemon. And with this set that it's going for, you're not getting rid of this thing easily. I don't think.
No, I mean the few Clodsires I've seen. I mean, when I first started VGC in this generation, I actually got swept by a Clodsire, so that was fun. Being able to have Water Absorb and Unaware, both great abilities, especially Unaware with this Pokemon. Not taking any kind of like boosted damage from your opponent, as you were saying. Being able to set up the curses, being able to click counter, which I've seen a funny set where a counter critical hit actually one-shot a Dondozo. And then if you're Water Absorb, I mean, its main stab move is Wave Crash is not hitting you. Being able to get that haze off is really nice. But unfortunately, you're weak to that ground typing. But you're really good against Fluttermanes, which is a very strong Pokemon in this format. I really like Clodsire. I think it's a derpy design. I do prefer regular Quagsire, to be honest. But that's just because Wooper holds a very strong place in my heart. So if I had to rank Clodsire, I'd probably put it. This is gonna make a lot of people mad. I'd put it in C- tier, probably D.
Now the giraffe. Do
S tier,
giraffes even
Spaceman.
exist?
S for Spaceman.
I definitely agree. Putting them either like S or A. The ability it has, it's literally just psychic terrain, but there's no psychic terrain.
Yeah, Armor Tail is an
Aroma Tail.
insane ability.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it Aroma Tail? I thought it was Armor. Oh my gosh, am I dumb?
Armor Tail. Oh no, I don't know. Let me double check. I think it's Armor Tail, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Armor Tail.
ARMOR, not your.
Yeah, so
Because as an Aussie, I had the U, not drop it.
Yeah, no, I wasn't looking at it yet, so I thought it was Aroma. But yeah, no, Armor Tail. Being able to protect, like, from the fake out. So you just lead this thing with whatever you're doing. And it's a guaranteed psychic terrain without having the psychic terrain. So you don't even need Indeedee. Because, for one, it's just way less hassle. Plus, this thing can fight back, setting up the Trick Room itself. Using Dazzling Gleam. Does it learn Dazzling? I think it... Yeah, it does. It learned Dazzling Gleam. Uh, Psychic. Yeah, it just does. I
One big thing about Farigiraf that I really love, besides the fact that my wife loved Girafarig and loves this evolution as well, um, it's a normal type. And there is one trend with normal types that I absolutely adore in Pokemon. Their wide range of moves and stab hyper voice. And with this thing's special attack stat, it is it's nuts. I mean, base 60 speed, decent HP, really good special attack. And I mean, if you wanted to run it physical, I believe you could as well. You probably shouldn't, but you could. And like you said, the armor tail ability is really great. If you want to run Sap Sipper, go for it. I mean, that's an immunity to a typing. You can run water type, and then you're only like water Terra. You're only weak to the electric typing. So I don't know. I'd put Farigiraf A tier, if not S tier. I would put it A tier because I do think that maybe it's not as good as those S tier Pokemon, but it does make a difference in every game that it plays.
I definitely agree, especially when I had no idea what this thing had, and it had armor tail, so I was like, it's not gonna be a problem. I'll just use Fake Out or like Jet Punch or whatever. Nope, nope, you can't do that. Not in this thing's presence. Uh, Enlightened, what do you think? What do you think about Spaceman?
Yeah, I look, I do appreciate it as a mon. It's just I don't really appreciate fighting against it. Because normally it's with Iron Hands. But the great thing is that if you outspeed it, you can put it to sleep, and it can't go to big room or hyper voices if it's asleep. Um, and if you outspeed its partner, then you can sleep it as well. So then you can set up in its face and kill them both. So um, I think it really depends on how you play it. And it needs to be played well in the right position, because if if you're able to, if you let your opponent like get a spore off on you or paralyze you or incapacitate you in some way or mitigate your special attack, then you're going to be put into a less than desirable position. So I think personally it should be A.
Alrighty, yeah, you know what? I feel like we're all agreed. I'm just gonna throw it right up here. Alrighty, the Mad Lad himself, Dunsparce. Everybody's been asking, hey, where's our Dunsparce evolution? Like, we need a dragon-looking thing of Dunsparce, like, whatever, you know.
It
And we
needs a
find,
mega.
yeah, it needs something, and we finally got it. But it, you know, it was too like as expected. It wasn't super great. Like it's got a crazy HP, like 125. That's nothing to like sleep on. 100 attack. It's you know it's put in its other form to like you know it's like here you can rest my son. I'll take over. But it's also not it's not doing too much else. Like it's only got one weakness and one immunity. That's fine. It's a normal type. It's got Serene Grace, which doubles the chances of like secondary effects occurring. So if you use uh, like you know, like something like Mud Slap, I guess, right, as an example, it happens. I still don't think Dunsparce is super great. I haven't really seen it around. For what we got for its evolution, it's now decent. It's not super laughable, but it's decent. I'd put him in like C minus.
Somebody didn't watch my videos.
I have not.
I took the Dunsparce almost a Master Ball, but only because I was so low ranked, it was almost impossible to get there. I absolutely love this thing, and using it was a ton of fun. It was a hard trick room team, but it was fun, man. I'm trying to remember its move. I think it's called Hyper Drill. Um, it bypasses protection, so even when your opponent like they think they're safe, you can click that stab move, base 100 power, 100% accurate, and just do so much damage. Um, it's really a lot of fun. It gets a lot of different moves. It gets access to Coil. It gets access to Endeavor. Glare is always a nice thing to have. Ice Spinner for any kind of like Garchomps that want to hit the field. You just nuke them with Ice Spinner. Um, yeah, and I've also seen sets with Rattled. I saw one set that I actually tried. It was what? Oh crap! I can't remember the name of the thing. Mousehold, with beat up with a Rattled to Dunsparce, and you just raise your speed 4 times, and then you just kind of nuke things with Ancient Power and get the boosts, and you don't die. Uh, but I do understand the fact that it's not the best of things, but I would love to put it at C tier if we could.
What do you think, Enlightened?
I don't really have an opinion on this thing. I wasn't one of those people that were asking for an evolution of Dunsparce. I think I think the people who made this are dead on in terms of their job, because this is disappointment in a Pokemon. So yes, it has 3 segments. Yes, it could have, a turn to do some stuff, but then it does. It's like that one time of the year where you're expecting a wonderful event to happen and then it doesn't happen. This this is when the Dunsparce hits the field. It's like that, but every time. So I think it's a big F.
I think you're a big hater.
Ooh.
I,
Ooh.
well, I need to bring my Dunsparce team, and we need to battle. I'm just saying.
All
Yes.
right.
Uh,
Get ready to be the done then.
Oh well,
Ooh.
when you're gonna
Got
watch this back, and you're gonna feel really dumb after I beat you with it.
Ooh.
ooh. I will
Ooh.
say, Raikou, that yeah, we could
Spicy.
put him right here in the C tier. I feel like after what you said,
Spicy.
because I did read the Serene Grace, but I wasn't even thinking like ancient power and
Oh yeah,
everything else. You know?
it's a ring grace. Oh shit.
Yeah, that's really
That's
funny. But
it's I mean, they don't have Togekiss in this game, but they have the Dunsparce,
Arguably
and they
better.
have it some ring
yeah,
grace. Uh, okay, okay, okay.
I feel like you know, we waited so long on Dunsparce, they finally just to shut us up. Like we didn't get a dragon form, but we got something, and I'm okay with this. Now to King's Gambit, the Lord himself.
S
Riker,
tier.
I'll let you carry this.
As a chess aficionado, um, I'm sorry, I suck at chess, but King Gambit is an excellent Pokemon. It really buffed Bishop as well, being able to use a Violet on that. But King Gambit is insane. Having access to Defiant as an ability, as well as Supreme Overlord, which, if people do not know, Supreme Overlord, for the amount of Pokemon that have fainted on your side, when this thing switches in, it's basically like an attack boost. So for one Pokemon that faints, as long as King Gambit is not on the field at that time, you get an attack boost. And the Dark Steel typing is amazing. I mean, you're able to hit Ghost types and Fairy types for super effective damage, two very prevalent types in the format. You have access to Stab Sucker Punch, which is always amazing. And a lot of people have been running this with like the Terra Water type, and most prevalently or presently, the Terra Fairy type, which has been absolutely outstanding for any kind of team building. I feel like King Gambit is one of those Pokemon that it can change a game in the blink of an eye. You might think you're ahead, and then a Sucker Punch comes out, and you didn't play the mind game correctly, and you just lose. Iron Head flinches are also a problem. You see this thing in and out of Trick Room. It doesn't matter. It can still put in the work. Yeah, this thing doesn't have a lot of counterplay besides maybe in DD Armor Rouge, but even then, a lot of these Pokemon are paired with like strong Palafins or Annihilates, and your opponent can't really do much to it. I really love this Pokemon, and I think it's an S tier, like no doubt.
Alrighty, Enlightened. What do you think about the Lord himself, King
Well,
Gambit?
I am a disciple, because I love this thing. So I never actually used it until Series 2, and I should have used it earlier. I used mine with a assault vest, to a water, and it's just amazing. I mean, you can take ground types, you can take fire, you can, take other King Gambits, and you can take a Rigorap as well, and also in Idiamarud, so you can put out their fire, and also trick their room as well because it underspeeds everything except Torkoal. So it's a wonderful trick room sweeper as well. And definitely my favorite mon in this generation. So I think it should be S plus.
So I didn't really understand the whole hype with King Gambit until I saw it for myself when I was climbing the rank. Every other team had it there. I probably fought him 90% of the time when I was climbing. And its ability, that cleave, I thought it was a steel type move. Nope, it's a dark that hits always. 85 base power that can't miss. So, there's no point in lowering this thing's accuracy, trying to minimize yourself. This thing will always find you and cut you up. Iron Head, Sucker Punch. If you're running the Assault Vest, you're definitely probably running Brick Break or Terra Blast. If you're not doing that, then you're probably running Protect as your last move. Running the Giraffe for Rafarig with this thing just protects it from fake outs and other priority moves. And you being able to deal out your own like Sucker Punch or whatever. Because then something like Jet Punch won't be an issue because you always get your Sucker Punch off if the Giraffe is with you. I haven't been seeing a lot of people use Supreme Overlord. Mostly like Defiant is what I've been seeing. But like they're both good, but Defiant I think is better. For Terra types, I mean, definitely Fairy could be a good one. Flying, Water. There's just so many different things you could do with this thing. You don't need to run this thing on a Trick Room, but if you did, that's when it shines the most. Having 50 base speed and 135 attack, I mean, you're definitely cleaving the competition. So, with that, even though, like, he was an issue, like, he definitely knocked out, like, a bunch of my Pokemon. I'm going to put him in the S tier, right under Lechonk, respectfully.
Lechonk reigns supreme.
Alrighty, and I think we've gotten to the variant Pokemon. Well, there's one more. Let's talk about the pseudo-legendary for the region. Actually, no, we'll get to him. We'll get to him later. Alright, so what is this thing called? Hold on. Ground.
Excalibur?
No. It's literally Dawn fans like.
Oh, Great Tusk.
Yeah, Great Tusk. What to say about Great Tusk? I'll lead this off. So, for one, I haven't seen this thing on the ladder, but I've definitely like when I was coaching some people, I was like, pick a cool Pokemon. And these mad lads were like, oh man, this Mammoth right here. For one, 115 HP, That's really good. 131 attack and defense. This thing is Garnackle, but it's like its cousin. Uh, this thing is going in there, hitting you with the close combat. It's hitting you with Stomping Tantrum because you don't want to use Earthquake. Stomping Tantrum is way better. It's coming in there. It's dealing damage. It's got 87 speed, so it's not super fast, but it's getting the job done. Photosynthesis. So in the sun, this thing boosts its highest attack. So I mean, if you give this thing a booster energy, it could either get its attack boosted up. I mean, it's got a decent amount of weaknesses, being Ice, Grass, Water, Flying, Psychic, Fairy, but it doesn't matter. It comes in there and says, who's next? Like I said, I haven't seen it on the ladder because I only played like one day before I decided, hey, I had to rework my team, but I know enough that if I see this thing, I'm scared. What about you, Raikou?
So a big combination I've seen with this Pokemon is the Talonflame. With this thing, because Talonflame actually covers a lot of its weaknesses, and being able to set up that priority Tailwind is really nice for Great Tusk. Especially, you have a decent speed. I'm not sure off the top of my head what that speed stat exactly is, but
it's 87.
87 speed under Tailwind, you're zooming. You're going, you're outspeeding a lot of the competition, including those Fluttermanes and Iron Bundles, if I'm not mistaken. So you're dealing a lot of damage while being super fast, and any grass types that want to come in, I mean, Talonflame just kind of nukes them. So yeah, this Pokemon is has a kind of a soft spot in my heart. Another Pokemon on my on my draft league team, of course. But I mean, I think having any kind of stab ground is really nice. You can pair that up. I do love Stomping Tantrum. I personally prefer Earthquake, but you're the coach. You're better than I am, so maybe I'll start trying out that Stomping Tantrum. But you pair this up with like an Orthworm next to you, or any kind of like Talonflame is immune to your Earthquake stab. So you fire off Earthquakes, you fire off Flare Blitzes and Brave Birds, and this thing can absolutely just dominate games. And even in Trick Room, you're not so fast. Like as long as you haven't set up Tailwind, you're not so fast to where you can't compete. And I think it's definitely better than its other variant that it got in this game.
And we'll talk about its other variant in a second. But if for some reason if somebody didn't want to use Stamping Tantrum, right, you could always use Headlong Rush. That's its signature move. I personally like. It's a toss up because one hits, both opponents, whereas the other one just hits one single person. So if they protect, it's a bad time. But, I mean, you're hitting both people. Especially in, let's say, grassy terrain is up. You don't get half damage, like Earthquake, so it's... and with the Talonflame, like you said, that definitely, like... it makes this thing even more dangerous. Enlighten, what do you think about Great Tusk?
Well, I've seen it a lot. It has on original, which is really cool. I well, not original, but it's won an event. I really like it. It isn't something that really works for me, but I mean, with the right support, it can definitely punch holes through teams. It can turn into the type that you need to fill up any weaknesses, but its weaknesses are a lot to deal with. I mean, if you don't get tailwind up, then you're going to be doubled into, and you lose a lot of your momentum very, very early. And just there are mons that do its job a lot better. Yes, it does get Headlong Rush. Yes, it does get Stomping Tantrum. But I mean, Guard Jump exists. Garchomp is a lot faster. Garchomp can also hit a lot harder than Great Tusk. And also it has access to Source Dance. So you can set up reliably with something like Garchomp rather than Great Tusk. To be honest, I'd I'd rather use the land shark than the land elephant, to be honest. But with that being said, I think it'll be A. I
I
think.
I, I agree. I'm not sure what I said, but definitely, I feel like this thing is A tier worthy. Just the amount of potential damage it can do, even without the tailwind. Like, yeah, you're slow, but if you terrestrialize this thing into, like, let's say just steel type, you're just knocking down whatever. And yeah, I mean, there are a few threats like Iron Bundle, for example, that could use like freeze dry. But if you're worried about that, you just turn into a steel type or a fire type to avoid it. So yeah, I think A tier. Okay. What do you guys think about Screamtail? Enlightened. I will leave this to you.
Okay, so Screamtail, this is a Wolfimon. So Wolf actually used this to win the Orlando Regionals. 730 players, and it was won by Perish Trap. So not something that was on my radar, not something I thought that was going to be really usable. Um, excuse me, until you find the right niche for it. And I think it's definitely a mod that you need to be able to play correctly with, because it isn't a mon that you can just slap onto a team. I think there needs to be a role that it has to do, and it has to do it well, because there could be, you know, like mons like Fluttermane, for example, can do some of its roles a lot better than Screamtail can, but under the right circumstances, it can pull off great results, as Wolf showed in Orlando. So I think, personally, it's B tier or D, but it
I'm
really
sorry. It's
depends on
what?
the player piloting it.
What tier did you say?
I think C or D, depending on the player, but I think it's D.
Alrighty. So I was actually looking at Screamtail, and I was trying to figure out how to weaponize this thing that's the same size as Wigglytuff. And I mean, just going off of like Pikalytics right here, and from what I've seen, I was kind of thinking about using like screens and whatnot. But I mean, why do that when you can use Thunder Wave, Dazzling Gleam, Encore? Like Psychic Fangs. I saw a lot of people use Psychic Fangs. Booster Energy. There's just so many things you could do. And pairing that up with the Arcanine, Arcanine teams are using this thing. I feel like in the current meta, a lot of people are going to be using that. I feel like B tier is justified for this thing because I've just been seeing it all over. It's got enough deadly presence. Like, you're probably maxing out its speed, so that when you use the booster energy, you can get that Thunder Wave off or the Encore, whatever you need this thing to do. Once it gets that energy drink, oh, it's launching off. Raikou, what do you think?
I mean, I think y'all really hit the the what is it? The hammer on the head, the nail on the head there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much really to this Pokemon. I think Wolf, like coming up with the strategy of the Perish Song. I mean, of course, he didn't make the strategy, but finding Screamtail's niche in order to do that, to be a fast Pokemon, to be able to just stay on the field and not allow anything to happen to it, really, is really nice. And picking a move like Play Rough, I mean, a physical fairy type attack is always nice to have. This Pokemon can also be run to use like Imprison Trick Room or even set up Trick Room if you want to do that. It gets every kind of weather. It gets rain dance, sandstorm, snowscape, and sunny day, which I think is really neat for this Pokemon. Um, but other than that, I mean, y'all really nailed it. The booster energy set to boost its speed to make sure it gets those light screens or reflects is real nice. To make sure it gets a really fast Perish song off is also really cool. And then its natural bulk is just insane. I also love this Pokemon Shiny. So I don't think it's as good as some of the other Paradox Pokemon, but I definitely don't think it's the worst. I mean, of course, it has amazing stats because it is a Paradox Pokemon. But compared to the other ones, I would have to put this Pokemon in B plus.
I definitely want it because I completely forgot Wolfie used Perish Song, because I'm pretty sure I saw a video where he said Perish Song, really deadly, because all you have to do is knock out the other two Pokemon on the opposing trainer's team. Perish Song. What are they gonna do? If they can't take you out before those 3 turns, you just auto win at that point. And with this thing's speed being up the way it is, you just set up Reflect, Light Screen, you just buy time. As long as you have one more Pokemon than they do, you win. And in Pokemon, that's all that really matters. So, I'm comfortable putting this thing in the B plus tier, just because I've already seen what it can do, and once I finally get back to playing, I just know it's going to be an issue. Amoonguss, this little doppelganger or ancestor to Amoonguss. Raikou. I'll let you lead this off. Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, the Brute himself. I have mixed opinions on this thing. If you're looking for like a Pokemon like Amoonguss, you're gonna go with Amoonguss. I don't think Brute Bonnet does what Amoonguss does any better. I think it's just more offensive Amoonguss that's immune to Prankster Taunt, in my opinion. It's a bit faster, so I mean that might be the one reason you use Brute Bonnet, honestly. It does everything that Amoonguss does, but it gets access to the dark typing instead of poison. So now you take super effective damage from Fairy and Fighting, which is kind of rough, especially with this format with Fluttermane being very prevalent. I mean, you're always weak to Iron Bundle with the Freeze Dry, and um, the Fighting type Annihilate. So I mean, that kind of stinks, but you also get access to a bunch of other moves. Like, if you want to be offensive, you can go with Close Combat now and Crunch. You still get access to Rage Powder and Spore, which is what makes Amoonguss. And you also get access to Pollen Puff still. So if you're looking for like a more offensive, like Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet is definitely the way to go. But in my personal opinion, like most Amoongusses love to be under Trick Room, and with that extra, I believe it's only 25 extra speed, but it's enough to where it can change games, especially under Trick Room. Clicking those Spore moves. So I like Brute Bonnet. I don't think it's as good as really most of the other Paradox Pokemon. There's one Paradox Pokemon who I think is worse than it. So I would argue that it goes into the C tier. I know you get Stab Sucker Punch, but C tier to B tier, I've never gone up against a Brute Bonnet and been like, oh no, they have Brute Bonnet. I don't think I'm gonna win. Like I'm gonna struggle against that thing. But when I see a Moongus, I'm like, okay, how do I prep for that? Because my team is naturally gonna have the stab that's gonna do super effective damage to this Brute Bonnet.
Alrighty. Enlightened.
So, look. I think Boot Bonnet's cool. I do. It's just not a great mon. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's grass and dark, which is cool. But if you had a choice over Amoonguss or this, I would rather Amoonguss. To be honest, I've never used either, but as Riku said, if you see this in team preview, you're not really worried about, how do I deal with this? How do I deal with this brute bonnet? I mean, you just hit it super effectively and it dies. Whereas Among Us, you really have to prepare for it, because if you don't, then you're being put to sleep and you can't do much um, offensively to it, and then you're just, redirected and just not able to do as much as you want. So I think it's going to go D personally.
Okay.
Hmm.
So here's my thing when it comes to Brute Bonnet. I was a little surprised that they made a Mungus variant. I feel like they tried to copy paste Among Us, but they were like, "Oh, we can't do that, so let's just do this exactly." Um, if I had to pick between this thing and Among Us, I would just go with Among Us at that point. Um, yeah, you got the sucker punch, but it's literally just Among Us, but it's the dark typing. You're immune to prankster and taunt and whatnot. But other than that, it's not super crazy. I mean, you're giving it loaded dice, for example, for an item, so you can use Bullet Seed. I'm just looking at the Picolytics, that's what it's recommending. But I mean, do you really need that? If you go on the booster energy to probably boost either your special defense or your attack, yeah, I'd have to. What would you guys say, the C tier or the Brute Bonnet? C D tier.
I could see C and D tier. I mean, I would always pick the Dunsparce over it. So
Yeah. Yeah. Personally, I think it should just go in the D tier. I don't. I would pick Amoonguss over this thing all the time. It's not super crazy. If they had kept the poison type in, I would have just been like, this is literally just Amoonguss, just maybe a little better. I don't know, but they changed the typing. It's a little weird, but yeah, D tier. Fluttermane. I will start this off. Fluttermane. This is a Pokemon that I actually have on my team. Out of all the other picks, I chose Fluttermane. Why, you may ask? Well, it's simple. It's very fast. It's speed. So this thing be able to go in there, use Mystical Fire, Shadow Ball, Dazzling Gleam, whatever I need it to do with the Focus Sash and the ability that it has. It's, in my opinion, one of the fastest mons, and it's gonna come in there. It's gonna sweep with its 135 special attack, which I have it at like 252 EVs invested into it. So you're getting 216 from it. It's going to do a lot of damage. It's really fragile, so you have to run Focus Sash on this thing, otherwise it could die. But it is a Ghost Fairy, so you don't have to worry about Fake Out. I think this thing is worthy of A tier. But it's a glass cannon. Like, it comes in there. If it breaks, it breaks. And there's nothing you can do to fix it. Raikou.
Fluttermane. I've mentioned it a lot in this video. I mean, a lot of Pokemon don't like seeing this thing because of its diverse moveset. I mean, um, Icy Wind, Stab, Moonblast, and Dazzling Gleam. Like, you have the option of either. Shadow Ball is really nice. I believe it was one of the top 5 most common Pokemon at the Orlando Regionals. I actually have the screenshot somewhere on my phone. I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, Fluttermane is definitely something not to flutter away from. If you're looking at getting into VGC, Fluttermane is definitely a good start to building a team. It was actually the second most used Pokemon on teams at Orlando, being on 41.9% of teams. So definitely something you have to keep in mind, having that ghost typing making you immune to normal and fighting type attacks is really sweet. Then fairy typing, ever since it was introduced in Gen 6, has always been super strong. And Fluttermane, yeah, you are pretty frail, but you're really fast and you're doing a lot of damage. You have a lot of options, whether it be supportive options or if you just want to do damage. You have all kinds of like tools at your disposal. I mean, you have electric stab, or not stab, excuse me. You have electric type moves, you have rock type moves, ice, ghost, fairy, dark, grass. I don't know if I said ghost, but ghost. So you have so much at your disposal that if you're not prepared to face this thing, it can easily disrupt your team enough to where you will not be winning any games.
Alrighty, enlightened.
So I love this one. I've been playing Pokemon ever since Gen 2, and I thought, Mischievous, nah, what's that? And then I saw Fluttermane, in Gen 9. I thought, oh my god, this looks so cool. I have to use it. And it is on my team. And fun fact, it can survive a +2 adamant Garchomp earthquake. Just a fun fact. Well, mine can. Uh, which is kind of cool. But then take Iron Hands, Iron Bundle, that kind of stuff. But I think it's just a wonderful mon. Um, Personally, for me, it's S tier. I think that there will be more and more full Ottomans, and it will be the main Pokemon that you see at the rest of the season.
Yeah, when I go to that regional, I'm probably gonna be seeing this thing. It's probably gonna be
Oh
like
yeah.
tier 0. It's gonna be like almost every team, but that's okay. I am
Mm.
prepared. Well, I am trying to prepare myself as I can to fight whatever. So Fluttermane, you guys said like A tier, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Most
that works.
definitely, yeah.
Alrighty, let's get to Slitherwing. This thing is basically just Volcarona, but it's not flying. It's like in its larva state or whatever. Enlightened, if you want to start this off.
Well, I've never actually used it competitively, but I did see Moxie Boosted, try to do something with it, which is uh interesting. Apparently he brought it to an event, which is really really cool. He made top 16 with it. But um, I think for Corona, as much as I love the other um the the other Paradox Mons, it just isn't it. I think that there was so much there were so many better Mons in use this season that Wings should slither off into obscurity where it belongs. So I think D tier.
Alrighty. I didn't realize how long we were doing this, so we're gonna try to, just speed it up just a little bit. So like, we'll go over it, but we'll try not to go like too much in. Like, we'll try not to like dissect it as much.
Okay.
All right. So for me, with Slitherwing, I don't know. I don't like it as much as I would want to. I wasn't really a fan of Volcarona, and looking at this thing, I'm still not a fan. But it's a fighting bug. Is get close combat, first impression, flame charge, leech life. I mean, booster. Not my favorite out of the variants. So it's not times 4 weak to rock, but I still don't think that's enough to put it any higher. I'm gonna put it in the D tier.
I would agree with the D tier because while it lost its 4 times weakness to rock, it now gains it in flying. And there's a lot of rain teams running around there, especially with Palafin being so prevalent, and that makes Pelipper more prevalent. And this thing doesn't really do much to Pelipper, while Pelipper just completely takes it out. So I would definitely put this thing in D tier. It has really good attack, pretty good special defense, but other than that, it is just lacking again in that weird speed tier where it doesn't really work in Trick Room, but it doesn't really work outside of it either. So for that, so the wing is gonna go into D tier for me.
Alrighty. So, Sandy Shocks. I mean, I wasn't expecting any of the Magnetons or whatever to get this type of form, but hey, here we are. Electric Ground, pretty cool. It's no longer steel, so it doesn't have to worry about fire or opposing ground as much. But with that said, it still has to worry about it because its stats are not that good. The only thing working for it is the special attack. It's got Quark Drive and photosynthesis. So again, you're probably going to be using booster energy on it. You're going to terror this thing into grass like almost all the time. I mean, its special attack is good. Its speed is 101. So I mean, in the Tailwind, you could definitely mess some people up with Earth Power, Thunderbolt, Terror Blast, and if you Gravity, I've definitely seen some people use Tyranitar with this thing. So, Raikou, I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, so Sandy Shocks has just been a menace that came out of nowhere for me. I didn't expect anything of it. I love the typing of it, but even I didn't even look at it as like, oh, this is gonna be good. I mean, it's Magneton. I mean, what could really be great about this thing? Oh boy, was I wrong. The amount of Sandy Shocks and Spathro teams I've gone against that just hypnosis me, and then I don't know what to do because there's no sleep clause in VGC. I just go to sleep and then I take a lot of damage that I don't really want to take, and then spamming discharge as well next to something like a Palmot is just something that you don't really want to go up against. It has surprised me. It's not as good as some of the other Paradox Mons. It has its niche, and it's solid. It's a solid Pokemon, but I would put it at best B plus. But arguably, for like overall, I'd put it in the B tier.
Alrighty, Enlightened. What do you think?
So, look, I like, I like, uh, I like Magneton. I like, the design. Um, the question has to be asked: what is an ice type? Um, and it's just it's it's good for what its niche is, but outside of that, it just doesn't really do much for me or anyone for that matter. So I think it's D tier personally.
Alrighty. Just from what I've seen, from this thing, and it was with the Tyranitar. I'll definitely throw it right here, B tier, just because I know I've seen what it does. It has done. It was definitely a menace, like Raikou said. Uh, Raikou, what do you think about Iron Treads, the other variant to Don Fan?
This is my least favorite Paradox Pokemon. Completely gets walled weirdly enough by Garganackle, which is how I beat it when it became when it was one of the big boy titans. Garganackle just walls it with Salt Cure. Um, it's also tiny, which bothers me. But I mean, Steel Ground, theoretically, you look at that and you're like, that is an amazing typing. But with this thing's stat distribution, it gets rolled by a lot of Pokemon that are very common in the format. Um, Again, when I see this thing, I mean, it's Will-O-Wisp fodder. I mean, if it gets willowed, it's just done for. It's weak to a lot of the most common stab moves, or the stab typings in the game. I mean, this thing just is underwhelming on every team, and it again it hits that speed slot to where it's not good in Trick Room, but it's not good outside of Trick Room either. And personally, if you're gonna go for a steel type, again, you have so many better options for the steel typing. This is my least favorite of all the Paradox Mons, so I would argue it. Uh, Compared to the other Paradox Pokemon, I put it in F. Honestly, you're just not good. But I mean, I'd pick Iron Treads over Low Kicks or Oinkloin, so I'd say D tier. It's not even a good boy.
Ooh,
Oh, already enlightened.
well, Iron Tread's more like Iron Dreads. Whenever you see it in whenever you're playing a tier, whether it's on Showdown or whether you're, want to make some content, and you see a comment say use Iron Treads, and then you have a look at its stats, and then you see the other mons, and you think, okay, I'm doing this for the content, and then you use it, and then it's like the most underwhelming thing that you've ever done. Yeah, that's Iron Treads in a nutshell. I mean, yeah, it it was apparently, the the past form of a Titan, and I think it should just remain there. I mean, it's not good at all. It isn't even a good boy. It's the other boy. So it's F minus for me.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like when I saw this thing, I used something like Skeledirge, and it was at like level 30, for example, or not level 30, but I just got him, and I used Torch Song and a few torches, and I took him out. So, and I know its special defense isn't that great, but it didn't really put up that much of a fight against something that it's supposed to be super effective against. Um, I don't really have anything good to say about it. It's just more of a I would choose Great Tusk over it. And even like I when I was coaching my guys and they chose this thing. This thing lost majority of the time, whereas Great Tusk just outperformed it. So for me, I would just say it's just not good. I'll just put it right there. All right. Iron Bundle. So you guys remember, our nice little like Santa Claus Pokemon. The good old Delibird. Yeah. He got so old that they turned him into a robot, and that was the best upgrade he ever got because right now he is the thing to fear in the meta, having 124 base special attack and 136 speed. This thing is like a blizzard waiting to appear. It's got Quark Drive, so basically once you give it that booster energy, it's just popping off. Like there's nothing stopping this thing. Like this thing is scaring the Gastrodons. This thing's scaring every grass and water type and flying type. That's just unless you take this thing out quickly, your whole team is getting frostbite.
Yeah, I think. Oh, gosh, freeze dry is just such a strong move, man. Like I can't even explain. It almost feels broken, especially on Iron Bundle with its amazing special attack stat, with its amazing speed stat. It's to the point where it's so good. Half the time, you don't even use the booster energy. Um, you don't have to because it's just that threatening of a Pokemon. Water type, the water ice type, we've seen it on Mons before, like Lapras and Walrein, and we've seen it to semi success, not a crap ton. But on this Pokemon, it works like a charm, and I've really enjoyed using it. Especially because one of my favorite YouTubers out there is Shady Penguin. I mean, he's a freaking penguin. Come on. Um, so I would rate this thing S tier. It's arguably the best Pokemon in the format right now, and that's just how it is. That's honestly, it's just so strong.
All right, enlightened.
Well, following on from the Shady Nation, you know, he will upload 2 videos a day. That is what he says now today.
Yes, sir.
And I love Shady Penguin since, 2013, 14, 15, whatever he started. And, I thought, Early Bird finally gets some love. Shady finally gets some love. And I love the fact that it's so quick, the fact that it's good into a lot of the matchups, a lot of the meta, but it's just easily counterable. I mean, a Mach Punch, a Bullet Punch, um, Bye Bye Ice Robot Chicken. So, I mean, to be honest, if you're using this and you get a directed Mach Punch in the face, you're getting coal. So that's going to go A, I think.
Yeah, I'm just putting these ones up here because they're banned, so they have to be S tier. Like they were so good that they were banned, so I'm just gonna throw them up there. Iron Bundle 100% going up there. He's not Lechonk level, but he's up there. He's the thing that Lechonk kind of fears, but
Nothing is Lechonk level.
Nothing.
We should just make a
Nothing is
little.
Lechonk level.
We should just make a tier for it. But anyway, Iron Hands. I have this thing on my team. I'm taking this thing to regionals with me. My setup is Fake Out, Wild Charge, Drain Punch, Rock Slide, Quark Drive, Assault Vest. This thing right here is what I thought is a wall. And it is. Even though it has the electric and fighting typing, just getting hit by like whatever, this thing does not fear. And it goes in, it gives it the business. Whatever it fights, water types, flying types, dark, whatever, this thing is just prepared. I think it is a tier.
Iron Hands. It's a very interesting Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
I have yet to use it myself. I'm not gonna lie. But from what I've seen of it, it is a threat that definitely needs to be handled when you see it on your opponent's team. Having that fake out pressure, like you said, drain punch shenanigans. I've seen a lot of them go Terra Steel. Having fighting and electric stab, very very good, and for a very for a very bulky Pokemon, this thing is it was the number one used Paradox Pokemon in Orlando for a reason. You know, uh, I'd put it either at A or S tier. Honestly, I think it's very amazing.
I do want to add that for mine, it is Grass Terra.
Grass Terra. Oh, that is something I've seen a little bit of that too. It's really good. The Grass Terra is really good for it.
Mm-hmm. Enlightened.
Well, I haven't used it much either, but I think it can be really, really good, depending on what team you want to use it for. So, in Orlando, it was, just fake out Swords Dance or fake out Drain Punch Swords Dance. And yeah, I think it's, a really strong mon, but again, if you don't have tailwind support, then it can be underwhelming outside of Trick Room. So I think it could be A.
It doesn't even fit the thing. Oh god.
L tier.
I'm gonna put God. There we go. This thing down here, definitely. You going up here in the 8. A or S?
Either or. I
Yeah.
mean, I can see both. I can see an argument for both.
I will start. You know what? This is messing up my whole like thing, so I'll just put Lechonk back down here where he belongs, and we are just gonna delete that row.
God.
Alrighty, so High Dragon got a new variant, and in my opinion, High Dragon didn't need it. It doesn't need some futuristic whatever. And this thing getting the flying typing, in my opinion, just like they took a perfect Pokemon and they said, how can we make it worse? And they gave it the flying typing. Iron Jugulis is what it's called. I mean, it's got great special attack, good HP, good speed at 108. But I mean, it was fine how it was at like Dragon Dark, and if they had just kept it there, I mean, now it's just like Iron Hands. We just went over it. It just slaps this thing with its massive fist. Uh, I guess it does exactly what Hydreigon did, so I'm not gonna speak too much on it. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I'd put it in B or A, so B plus or A.
I'd personally put it in the B tier because I think it's just worse Hydreigon. Like it's still a really good Pokemon, don't get me wrong. But when you compare it to a Pokemon like I mean it's Hydreigon but worse. And Hydreigon was like really good in Series 1, not so good in Series 2 now, with Fluttermane running about, but I don't know. I think they were like, okay, this Pokemon has Levitate. Let's just give it the Flying type. Whoa, let's get rid of the Dragon type. And everyone's like, why? What's the point? It does everything Hydreigon wants to do, just worse. So I'm gonna put it in the C tier mainly because if you're running Iron Jugulis on your team, I personally think you're wasting a slot, especially when you have other Paradox Pokemon and you have Hydreigon available to you, and a lot of better Dark types and a lot of better Flying types.
Hmm.
Same.
Same. Oh,
I completely agree with Raku. Um, I mean, it's Hydreigon, but worse.
yeah. I don't know what I was saying, but it's definitely it's C tier. Yeah. I don't know what tiers I was saying before, but C tier is definitely where it goes. All right. Volcarona. I don't know what that other variant of it. This thing down here, but Volcarona got a robotic version of itself. I mean, Iron Moth. It's pretty cool. Uh, 140 special attack, 110 speed and special defense. I mean, this thing is just cool. You might as well. You don't even need really like Quiver Dance because this thing is the Quiver Dance. It comes in. It's the special attacker. Uh, Being able to not only deal with opposing fairy types, but grass types and whatever else. I mean, I want to put this thing in like the B plus tier.
I would agree. I think the acid spray shenanigans with it as well have been really prevalent and really strong. I can say that I have been hurt by this thing a few times. It does have pretty simple counterplay, being weak to ground 4 times, which is never good for any Pokemon. But it's a very strong Pokemon, very strong special attack, and I think B tier is a perfect spot for it.
Hmm. What do you think, Enlightened?
I think so. I think the same, but I mean, it doesn't get Salt Touch Bomb. It only gets Salt Touch Wave. Same with Heat Wave as well. So you need to put your luck in the hands of Owen Jesus. before you click your moves. So I think it's B tier for me.
All right, yeah, we'll just toss it right there in the B tier. Here's my thing: the Tyranitar robot. Again, it's just a worse version of Tyranitar. If I had to choose between Tyranitar and the robotic version of itself, Iron Thorns, I would choose Tyranitar because it's just better. I mean, this thing's a little bit faster, but that doesn't matter because Tyranitar is, well, just this thing. It learns Dragon Dance. That doesn't matter though. I mean, Tyranitar just had so much going on for it. It didn't need the electric typing. If anything, if you gave it the steel typing, I mean, that's a different conversation. But it's an electric, so
Yeah, you make this thing a steel dark type, we're having a completely different conversation.
yeah.
But the fact that it's rock electric, again, 4 times weak to ground, and you lost your best ability in Sandstream, which is what made Tyranitar. And I believe this is one of the only Paradox, if not the only Paradox, that actually lost base stat total when getting the new form. So I think that's kind of comical. But this thing, I've tried to use it, no success. I had a little success, but that was just because luck and forcefully using it. So honestly, this thing goes in D or F tier for me.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think F tier because I mean, if you have to use Iron Thorns on a team, then you know someone's put you up to it. I think
Yeah.
Iron Thorns. I mean, the only thorn in anyone's side is your own. F for me.
Alrighty. So the pseudo legendary for the game himself,
That's
Baxcalibur.
Excalibur. Ooh.
His ability thermal exchange, being able to be completely immune to fire, and it raises his attack when hit by it. I could see some like gimmicky plays, like if you hit this thing with like flame charge or something, like from your own side. And I know that's not like a priority move, but to make yourself faster and to boost this thing, I mean, you could probably do some like gimmicky things. It's a dragon ice, so it's weak to steel and fairy and opposing dragons, rock fighting. It's not the fastest. It's got 87 speed, but if you let this thing hit you, you are probably getting put in a coma. At 145 attack, it is not something that you want to let pop off.
I mean, you're gonna be snowed under.
Yeah, if Julius Caesar was a Pokemon, we got him.
Ooh,
This
ooh.
Pokemon's a menace, and with Glaive Rush, I mean that's a really strong Dragon type attack. Of course, like you take double the damage, but that's where that speed stat actually comes in handy. If you're not under Trick Room, I mean, even if you are under Trick Room, you're kind of in that middle ground to where you should be under speeding a lot of things if the opponent has Tailwind up. But if they have Trick Room up, you're going to be going last because you might be the fastest thing out in the field. So being able to click Glaive Rush and Protect is really nice. Gets access to Priority Ice Shard, and just that overwhelming attack stat is always nice. And plus, everything can Terra in this game. So I mean, this Pokemon's an absolute monster. One of my favorites in this generation, and I would put it in A tier.
Alrighty.
I mean,
Uh,
look, I love Ice. I love Dragon. I love its design. I haven't used it yet. I really want to. I think A2 as well. I think it's just an awesome mon. Um, though, what is a fighting type move? A fairy type move?
yeah, it's weak to
Um,
fighting, fairy, rock, dragon, steel.
Still, more like still you win.
There you go.
Got him. All right. Hmm. Goldango, what are we gonna do?
If
What
you
to
don't
do?
just put this in S tier and say make it rain and then move on, I think that's all we need.
Yeah, you know
Yep.
what? That's all I need. Make it rain. I don't. He
Make
threw money
make
at
it
you.
make it rain and move on.
Yes.
That's the quickest decision we've made.
Yeah, we just unanimously was like, it has to be there. If it's
Make
not
it
there, like we're on something. Like we're off our
we
meds.
we haven't done our job properly.
So to anybody who's wondering why we did that, Golingo is by far one of the best steel ghosts that we have gotten. After Aegislash, Golingo just says, "Hey, hold on, hold my coat." So this thing has the ability good as gold, which basically means it's immune to status moves. So you can't paralyze him, you can't put him to sleep, you can't burn him, you can't freeze him. He's just a menace when he's on the field. Um, he's got good as gold, so yeah, that's his ability. Just makes him, and he's got great special attack. 133. Make It Rain is his signature move, which hits both opposing sides. It lowers his special attack, but that doesn't really matter because you're doing so much damage anyway. So yeah, that's why he's in the S tier. Everybody was using him, so and plus he was really hard to attain inside the game. Like you had to do like a whole scavenger hunt just to get him.
Yeah.
What next? Oh, okay, this thing right here. Enlighten. I'll let you take this. The Roaring Moon.
Ooh. Now I used Settlements back in 2018 and 19. I love Settlements. I do. But Dark Dragon, um, not the best typing for it. And I was a little disappointed. I mean, it looked like a mega, played like a mega, but it wasn't a mega because it was given so many weaknesses that it otherwise wouldn't have had if it just kept its flying type. Um, but you add the dog type. Yes, you have throat shot. Yes, you have back in SWAT. Yes, you have terror flying, um, but that's pretty much it. Um, I think it could be A, but it's more likely B in terms of viability.
Alrighty. Uh, so I have this thing on my team. So I'm gonna be hyping it up just a little bit more. I'm still gonna probably say A tier, but for what I'm doing, I'm using booster energy for the item, so that way I can boost its attack. So that way when it comes in there, it's just ready to knock out whatever I need to knock out. One of the best moves it has, it's a flying move, acrobatics, which is now doubled because it doesn't have a item anymore. It used it. Um, Dragon Claw, Throat Chop, Protect. This thing isn't going to be like soloing by itself, but when it comes onto the field, like its Pokedex entry, you better take cover because this thing is just ready to like destroy whatever is in its path. I mean, I don't have a problem with its typing, and you can always change it to flying, which that's what I have, the Terra Flying. But having 139 base attack, it's just like the pseudo legendary. It's dealing damage. Raikou.
Terra, flying, acrobatics, kill everything. And I know you were talking about the 4 times weakness to fairy. The biggest fairy type besides Fluttermane is going to be Sylveon, and Throat Chop completely counters most Sylveon sets. Like the most common, I would say, is Hyper Voice, Terra Blast, Protect, and Yawn. And Throat Chop shuts that down like completely. So Throat Chop on this thing helps it a lot. Being able to get that booster energy, and I've seen a lot of attack and I've seen a lot of speed. Under the right circumstances, this thing can set up Tailwind for your team to help support it. This thing can just nuke things with the Terra Flying, Acrobatics. This thing is a menace. I would 100% put it in A tier because I don't think it's as good as your Iron Bundles or your Flutter Mains or your Iron Hands, but this thing is definitely a menace that, if ill prepared, you'll face the consequences.
Hmm.
Alrighty, yeah. I think it's definitely worth the A tier. Just the amount of damage you could possibly do. Like I think I won 4 games in a row just with this thing. Like it came in and it just gave the business. Alrighty.
Gave the
Do
business.
you guys want to talk about the 2 legendary covers, or do you just want to end it at the?
I think Iron
Let's
Valiant because those two are banned because they're both
yeah
definitely
let's
very easy.
Alright,
let's
so
just put Kavada and Marada at S, and you know let's let's talk about
the final
the Mega
one.
Delayed reboot.
Alrighty. So this Pokemon to me looks like if Gardevoir and Gallade, like they did like a Power Ranger like morph together, and they just that's their Megazord. Uh, it's got good speed at 116. It's got great special attack and a regular attack at 130 and 120. I mean, this thing, even though its special defense and it isn't that good, like its defense is 90, its HP is 74. Um, the Quark Drive. Actually, I want to look up what this thing can actually possibly do so I can give a better reading of it. I want this to be like quick, but I also want to not undersell it. Okay. So, I mean, using something like Spirit Break, Close Combat, Moonblast, Shadow Sneak, or Sphere, you can do a lot of things. It can either be specially or just regular attacking. You change this thing to Steel type, Focus Sash him, or Booster Energy, or whatever. I see this thing probably with Annihilate and Mousehold. I've been seeing that all, actually. I have seen it with those type of teams. So, yeah, it's just another tech choice for me personally. I would put him either B plus or A.
Yeah, I'd put him in the B plus tier. I love Iron Valiant. I just think that it's again its speed stat being 116 holds it back when you have other things like Flutter Mane being super fast as well as a fairy type, and then Iron Bundle being even faster than Iron or Flutter Mane at 136 versus 135, and being able to get those quick attacks off. Iron Valiant is one of those Pokemon that really enjoys using its ability um, or the booster energy. I love the fact that you can be a mixed attacker with it, and you have pretty decent defenses to where you could live an attack or two. Fairy and Fighting are both excellent stabs, but overall, I just don't think it does as much as the other Paradox Pokemon. You're not going to get as much bang for your buck as if you were going to pick if you were to pick like a Flutter Mane or an Iron Bundle. So I think Fighting Fairy, great stab, but it's gonna have to go into the B plus tier.
Alrighty, and Enlightened. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Agate Gallade back in 2016, it was okay. It was okay. I thought, what are we gonna do with this thing? Um, but then, it came back as this merge of, Gardevoir and Gallade, gave us the mix attacker we didn't want. But it somehow worked out. So I think it would be B plus. Personally, I don't see many people using it to much success. But if you want to use it, it's there if you want to. So I think B or B plus.
I just appreciate you having me onto your channel, and yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Oh, shout out to my wife though. If you're watching this, I love you.
Alrighty, and Enlightened, if you want to shout out anything.
Well,
right
I
ahead.
want to give a big thank you to the Scarlet Raptors. I want to thank you, Rico and Kwaiku, for joining me and for allowing us to be with you here on your channel. And we hope you all enjoy the video.
Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. If you haven't already, make sure you join my Discord. Link will be in the description, and let us know what you thought about our tier list. Are we the worst Pokemon tier list raiders? I want to know about it in my Discord, so definitely come join. And thank you again, Raikou and Enlightened, for joining the video. I definitely couldn't have made this tier list without you guys, and it wouldn't have been as entertaining. So, thank you.